Hi, it's Brendan from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, our goal as a family-owned company has been simple: to give our neighbors on the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick the perfect appliances for your home. At Crane Appliance, we know how difficult appliance shopping can be. Our team is here for you. Crane Appliance. We call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs. John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome you and open the meeting of the Falmouth Select Board. It is Monday, December 16th, 2024. It is exactly 6 o'clock. And I would entertain a motion to go into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to potential litigation, where discussion in an open session would have a detrimental effect on the litigating position of the town.
So moved.
I'll second Mr. Brown's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
Roll call?
Oh, roll call. Thank you.
Goldstone, yes.
Muscala, yes.
Brown, yes.
Zelinski, aye.
Taylor, aye. And the board will resume and come back to public session at 6:30. Good evening. The board is returning from executive session to this open session. It is Monday, December 16th, 2024. It is exactly 6:31, and I would ask you to please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And as we get this meeting underway, I'm going to ask you to please silence your cell phones and double check that they are indeed silenced. And if you are making a video or audio recording of this open meeting, please notify me as the chair. And the placement and operation of your recording equipment will not interfere with the conduct of this meeting. Okay. Any recognitions from the board?
I would share
Mr.
one
Brown?
that I recognize that Stone's Barbershop is closing on Saturday after 50 years of service and political service as well. Dickie Stone was a longtime town meeting member, and Trish will be there cutting Troy Clarkson's hair for the last haircut at sometime around 1 o'clock, but maybe later with all the interest. But congratulations on Trish and her retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Muscali?
Yes, Madam Chair. Along with you, I attended the Senior Center Wall of Recognition ceremony this past week, which honored John Mignani and James Vieira for their efforts to the Senior Center. I'm going to ask the board to consider that at our next meeting, we issue a proclamation in recognition of Mr. Mignani and Mr. Vieira's efforts with respect to the Senior Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muscali. Ms. Goldstone?
A quick recognition of the Chamber of Commerce for a fabulous Holidays by the Sea weekend, and I think the longest parade we've had yet. And on a different note, to Falmouth Curling Club's under-18 team, which is off to nationals in January.
Yeah,
Wow.
Yeah.
Good news.
Now, that holiday stroll on Saturday was so
It was
busy.
lovely.
Every restaurant was packed. Crazy, really, really nice.
Okay. Moving on to announcements. Any announcements from the board? Go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Quick reminder, it was in the paper, but there's a public meeting regarding the Surf Drive Beach Nourishment feasibility study this Wednesday, 6 p.m. That's at the library, correct? The Herman Room?
Right,
Yes.
6 o'clock.
Is it available by Zoom as well?
It is.
Thank you. Any other announcements from the board?
Other than to wish everyone a happy holiday season that we're coming upon.
Thank you, Mr. Muscali. Okay, we'll move into public comment. Public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself, and since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board will not participate in any discussion or debate of your topic. Anyone here for public comment? Okay. We will move right into committee interviews, and we will start with the Police Station Advisory Committee. We have one applicant who has yet to be interviewed, and that is Michael Duffany. Are you here?
I didn't see him
I
either.
didn't see him either. Okay, we'll hold on that and see if he arrives. We'll go into the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Is Thomas McDonald here? Please come to the podium, Mr. McDonald.
So, just,
I'll kick you off here. Is there anything that you would like the board to know about you that was not included in your application?
no, one thing I did want to say is I've been participating with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee over the past year, fairly actively. I'm anxious to participate more directly as a formal member of the committee. I'm a avid recycler. I'm an avid composter. I use all of the town's facilities, waste management facility, and I basically, part of my goal in participation would be to help inform people about what's available and have town residents take more advantage of all these services that are available and use them correctly, basically. That led me to that desire led me to do the tips in the Falmouth enterprise for recycling. The idea being to have people recycle effectively and kind of optimize our recycling efforts in the town. I'm a homeowner for the past 12 years and a full-time resident for the past 5 years.
Thank you. Questions from the board to Mr. McDonald?
No, I think his resume was very complete.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, Kenneth Jones, are you here? Welcome. I'll ask you the same question. Is there anything you would like the board to know about you that has not been included in your packet?
There's really nothing that's not in my package that really I think needs to be that you really need to know about. I think as I'd like to reiterate what Tom had mentioned. I'm a big advocate of reducing our waste stream, reusing and recycling, refusing when needed, and I think maybe you all already know about some of the activities I've been involved in and getting and having the SWAC accept the challenge of recycling polystyrene foam has been a great introduction, I think, for all of us. And I'm really looking forward to doing more of that and maybe tackling some other of our non-mandated recycling materials in the coming years. I look forward to that.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Go ahead.
A quick question. I know you were very active in your previous community with some of these issues. Have you been interacting or working with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee or observed any of those meetings?
Yes, I've been attending pretty much all the meetings since I think this late spring. I had pitched the idea of the styrofoam recycling in July, I believe, or June, and it took off very quickly. I was pleasantly surprised.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would say also seems quite qualified.
Yeah, two great candidates.
Okay.
What I can tell.
Thank you. So as the board knows, we have 2 vacancies with terms ending 6/30/27. Would anyone like to make a nomination?
I'll make a motion to appoint Thomas McDonald to serve on the Solid Waste Advisory Committee to the position with a term ending June 30, 2027.
Second Mr. Muscatelli's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
And I guess I would make a motion to appoint Kenneth Jones to a term ending in June 30th, 2027 as well.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you both, and congratulations, and thank you for your willingness to serve. Okay, we will go back to the Police Advisory Committee. We have one interview tonight. Michael Duffany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Duffany, and I'm interested in being appointed to one of the positions on the siting committee for the police station.
Does anyone have any questions of Michael Duffany?
Do you have any experience in construction?
Couple of years
Okay,
on the job training.
all right.
One question, do you think there's a role for considering environmental or conservation issues in the siting and planning of the police station?
I think we always take that into consideration, regardless of what it is we're looking to cite. That we don't want to put it in a wetland. That's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I guess maybe we should just, for the benefit of the public, want to recap some of the building committees that you've been serving on?
Oh, thank you. The most recent was the fire station siting committee on Sandwich Road. I sat on that committee. I also sat on the building committee for the senior center, and goes back in a little bit of history here, but I've sat on all of the school building committees for all of the different projects that we've had at the different schools over the years. So,
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
thank
So
you for
we
your consideration.
interviewed several people last week,
Yes, we did.
and we have one now. Any conversation?
I have a slate of candidates, if you want to
Me
do it
too.
that way.
How do we want to proceed, I guess? is
I
the
think
best
we're gonna,
way.
I think we should go one at a time, but I also,
Mike, sit down.
I just want to, yeah, Mike, you can sit down.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, I'll just quickly note for the board that I did, since I was absent from the last meeting, watch the recording of the last meeting, and we have an impressive slate of candidates, certainly for this committee, so great to see that interest.
Thank you.
How should we proceed?
I think we're going to make nominations and see where the nominations go. We have 5 positions. So I certainly would kick off a nomination, certainly for Michael Duffany.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to appoint Michael Duffany. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Unanimous.
Madam Chair, I make a motion for Boyd DeMello.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second to appoint Boyd DeMello. Any further discussion amongst the board?
I would say that from all reports, Mr. DeMello has been very active with the fire station committee as well.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
If I could,
Go
I would
ahead.
nominate Robert G. Zolo. I think we're very fortunate to have 2 former chiefs applying for this position.
I'll second Mr. Brown's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Madam Chair, I would make a nomination for Jim Morse.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I would comment, I'm not going to second that right now, but I feel Mr. Morse is definitely qualified and has the experience and background. But given the fact that we have other candidates that I feel are equally as, or perhaps maybe more qualified on one department and another one maybe equal, and Mr. Morse being on the ZBA, I know that's a big, heavy lift, and I hate to penalize him for it, but I feel like he's given so much service to the town already that maybe that might be a little too much.
You know, Jim was one of the people that I thought would be a good member, given his experience as a police officer and his law enforcement background and his being an attorney. But, you know, I understand that there are a couple of other candidates as well that I think are just as, if not more qualified. So I'm going to pass on that for the
So
time
we
being.
have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to the motion?
Should we discuss further why we're not having a second? Or should we discuss?
No, I think that we have a motion, and we
Okay.
don't have a second, so the motion doesn't go forward.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Carissa April to the Falmouth, the Police Station Advisory
I
Committee.
would second that. That's one I had circled.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none.
Okay.
Did you want to go right
I'm just
ahead?
going to say that I really appreciated her answer when she said that if there's anything she doesn't know, she'll ask questions and get it straightened out. And I like having a little diversity, and I know she has a good, solid background in administration as well, so.
She brings a lot of good qualities, I think, to the committee.
Absolutely agree.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. I would like to nominate George Sherrill.
I would second that.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
No,
Just comment that,
Yep.
again, we're lucky to have two former chiefs that are available to help us with this.
and was very involved with citing the police station where he was previously
Right.
employed.
Going all the way through that whole process. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. So the board would be Robert Zolo, Boyd DeMello, George Sherrill, Carissa April, and Michael Duffany. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to all of our applicants.
Certainly a difficult choice because they're all so qualified.
Okay, we'll move into Waterways Committee. Ben Carson?
Hi, good evening. My name is Ben Carson, here for a Waterways position.
Okay, I'll ask you the same question. Is there anything you would like the board to know about you that was not included in our packet?
No, just in general, I'm from Falmouth. Pretty much spent my whole life here. I've worked on the waterfront, various places the whole time. I have a marine construction business in Falmouth now, and guess I'm lucky. Most of that stuff still is interesting to me, so just figured some of my knowledge might be useful to the committee.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
I have
Comments?
just one.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carson, have you attended any meetings?
Yep. I've been to some over the years. I was at one a month ago. Not
You
the
said
last
you're
one, the one
a business
before.
owner as well?
Yep, in Falmouth.
So you have the time to devote to that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Yes, go ahead.
I can see how your business, specifically in marine construction, would be very useful to the committee. I wonder if you see any possible conflict of interest arising because of that.
I don't know. I spoke to Greg Frazier about this. He just said, recusing yourself is something I might have to do occasionally. I'm not really aware of it being an issue other than that.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one other applicant, Gail Konecki. Welcome. Anything you would like to share with us?
Yes, very briefly, just that, so I had my husband, now husband, at the time, I had just met him, but when I was a postdoc at Woods Hole Oceanographic. But for the last 30 years, we've been sailing and exploring the waters around Falmouth, Woods Hole, the Elizabeth Islands. And we became residents in East Falmouth in 2002. And I always felt I was a professor at Boston College until 2021, after 25 years. And so during the academic year, I spent 4 days a week in Boston, and I always felt that while I was here, summers and always associated with Woods Hole Oceanographic in the summer that there was a disconnect with the Falmouth community because I never had the time or ever got very involved. And so I felt like when this position on the committee opened up, this was an opportunity to give back to the community, and it's within my area of expertise. Coastal processes and sediment transport was my research area. And I think that I would just say that if given the opportunity, I will hit the ground listening, and I will try to get myself up to speed on all the issues before the committee now and be ready for 2025. And I did attend the last 2 meetings of the committee, so I have a sense of some of the issues that are in front of the committee now.
Great, thank you. Questions for the candidate? Go ahead.
I wonder what you think the biggest issue is facing our waterways.
That's my phone. I'm sorry. My mother's at the hospital. My mother's at Cape Cod Hospital, and I thought I had silenced it, but of course, the timing is just right. Boy, that's a good one, because I think that the issues are both very personal to members of the community, which, of course, moorings and access to the water, and they're also larger scale in terms of, dredging issues for, whatever harbors. We were discussing the Eel River navigation. And I think that those issues are going to continue. Those are never going to go away. In fact, my last funded research while I was still a professor was funded by the Army Corps of Engineers about beneficial use of dredge spoils on marsh, putting it on marshes to try to, this was in New Jersey, I should mention, but in an attempt to help the marshes keep up with the rise of sea level and not be drowned. And so the most important issue, I think, is, I guess from my personal standpoint, is still access to the water, both for people for members of the community to be able to access the water, but then also coming from the boating side, that we continue to have places where boaters can come and have a safe haven, a safe harbor. So I guess that's one of them.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you. Oh, did you have one, Mr. Brown? Go ahead.
I see you've got the note about the avid sailing. Do you sail the channels, or are you more of get out in the ocean and go?
Well, we have a mooring in Great Harbor, and so most of our sailing is both day trips in Vineyard Sound and Buzzards Bay, but we also Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard, Block Island, and so not much channel work there.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board, comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, would anyone like to make a motion to appoint?
I'm going to lean towards, I'm going to go back here and get the name right. The marine contractor.
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson, because I think that he's going to probably have a little more knowledge of the inlets and the waterways, which is really more the waterways purview. So I would make a motion to appoint Ben Carson to the waterways.
Okay, do we have a second to Mr. Brown's motion?
I'll second Mr. Brown's motion with the caveat that I would suggest that Ms. Konecki continue to go to those meetings and learn and participate as well.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
And just to clarify, that's for a term ending June 30th, 2025.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, we have a few minutes, so I am going to take one or two things out of order.
Item 3.
I'm sorry?
I could get to number 3. I think I could get through that.
about 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, all right, I was going to do the consent agenda, but, okay.
Well, go ahead.
We can take number 3, under business. Consider voting to approve the 464 Main Street Local Initiative Program, LIP. Application for local action units for 464 Main Street. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on September 27th of 2022, the applicant received approval from the Planning Board under the Mr. Cod Mixed Residential Commercial Overlay District bylaw to construct 15 rental units with 900 square feet of commercial space at 464 Main Street. 4 of these units are required to be deed restricted at 80% of the area immediate income, or AMI. The applicant has agreed to make the remaining 11 market rate units deed restricted at 120% of AMI. On April 22nd of this year, the Select Board, acting as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, voted to approve $1,875,000 in funding from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. Since the project was approved through a local bylaw, it qualifies as a local action unit, which is part of the Local Initiative Program, or LIP, through the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Through this process, the applicant is required to file an application to the EOHLC, which you have included in your packets tonight. And once approved, the units can be added to the subsidized housing inventory. Madam Chair, before I get into my recommendation, we're really excited because this project is a perfect example of the town and the developer working together collaboratively to create a project that fits into the community while providing, as we all know, much-needed affordable housing. This is actually the first project, as you probably already know, approved using the Mr. Cod Overlay District, created by the Planning Board and approved at town meeting. We're really excited. And again, a perfect example of that collaboration, not only, as I just mentioned, but also between governing bodies, elected bodies, I should say, the Select Board, the Planning Board, and town meeting, working with the developer, again, to bring this project to fruition, the first example of Mr. Cod. So, Madam Chair, based upon all of that, it's my recommendation that the Select Board vote to endorse the local initiative program application for local action units of Excel 464 Main Street, LLC, to construct 15 rental units at the property located at 464 Main Street by sending a letter outlining their approval, which is included in your packet, to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, and by signing the local initiative program application for local action units. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board?
I have
Mr.
one. Who would be the monitoring agent? I didn't see that. Does that need to be identified now?
Monitoring agent, yes, if you could. Yeah, Kim, if you
Please.
could help me with that. Did you hear the question?
I did. They hired a third party, so the town of Falmouth will not be. It's I don't have the name offhand because I didn't anticipate the question, but they have retained the services. The contractor, the woman I'm dealing with, is Maureen Hagan.
Okay,
I know
so
that.
it's an independent outside?
It is.
Okay, thank you. That was-
Just give your name and your position real
Oh,
quickly
sorry,
for people at
Kimberly
home.
Fish.
No, that's fine.
Housing coordinator.
We all know you.
There might be somebody who doesn't know.
Just in case.
Any other questions or comments on this project?
Just one.
Scally?
This is going to be a local preference project, is that correct?
Yes. A local preference letter is already part of the package that will be going to it. Town manager has already signed it for 70%.
Yeah, so it's 70% of the affordable units, is that
Yes.
correct? So that's 70% of 4, right?
Of the 4, yes, because 120 is not acknowledged by,
So that's 3. I think somewhere in the materials that I was reading, it seemed to indicate that it was local preference for 4. And I just wanted to.
local preference, so there's 4 units that are, so it's 70% of the 4 units.
Right, so, I mean, so 3 of the units will be available for local
Right.
preference. Again, the way I read something, it seemed to
Right.
indicate that that number was 4.
And just to clarify for anyone at home, all 15 units will be deed restricted at 4 of the units are required to be deed restricted because 25% are required, 80% or below for Mr. Cod. But the developer agreed to the 11 market rate be converted to deed restricted at 120% due to the Select Board as trustees of the Falmouth Affordable Housing granting an award to them.
Okay.
Any other questions? I'll go to Ms. Goldstone and then back to you, Mr. Brown.
I just, big picture on the ramifications of endorsing a local initiative program. We have obviously already committed affordable housing funds for this project. Does this endorsement come with any additional obligations on the part of the town moving forward?
No, it would if they were getting a third-party person to do the monitoring agent, but that's one of the things that we require if the town signs on as a LIP. But just to be clear, there's 2 different kind of applications for the LIP. The local action unit is implied that the town, it's because the town's initiative has created this affordable housing, so it's more of a formality that the select board sign on. It's required by the state, but because of the funding and because it was approved through a local bylaw, it's almost a given that the select, so it's a little different than the other LIP that you will see later.
Any other questions, Mr.
I
Brown?
have another one, and I should have asked you this earlier, and I don't expect a real clear answer, but I'd like to
Thank you.
just throw out there that I'd like us to consider in the future a lower AMI, like 60%, because there's definitely people that are going to be left behind. When I look at the actual rents, I wonder how folks that are working in service jobs are really going to even afford these affordable rates. And another thing I think that I hope we can look at sometime in the future is there must be some way that we can have adjusted AMI, because our AMI is so high that the people that are in the service industry are just getting left behind. So I hope we can.
So we have tiered approaches through the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. When we redid the guidelines, we were looking at that missing middle because we do have a lot that are below 80 and below. Falmouth Housing Corp., Falmouth Housing Authority addresses those issues, but right now we have a lot of people that are in that quote-unquote missing middle that do have average paying jobs but can't afford the market rate rents, but they don't qualify for the lower income. So right now that's where we're targeting, and it worked for this particular project for the developer to be able to move forward with doing it at 100%, 120%. I worked with them to try to figure out what would work for their budget because they have to figure out how they can move forward, and 120 worked, and that is the missing middle that we need to hit because there's a lot of people that are displaced, but we are not ignoring the lower income as well. So we're trying to do tiered approaches with projects, and as you will see in the next slide, there are tiered approaches to funding or just any negotiations with a developer. But right now, that missing middle needs to be targeted for our community right now.
But even in the next one, it's 80, and I don't
Well,
remember, but
80 is
80 the low.
required because he has to go through, I shouldn't speak yet on that, but to make it clear, when you go through the 40B, it has to be 80%, because the state will not acknowledge anything over.
And
So
what
it's
about
80.
lower?
That's something that the developer would decide because what works for their budget. And again, Falmouth Housing Corp. And Falmouth Housing Authority right now are the 2 major entities in our community that have hit those because they can make it work. It works really well for larger projects because they can get a tax initiative with the lower income. It's very difficult for-profit to do the lower income because it throws their whole budget out of whack and they can't make up that difference.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that at some point we can fold a few of those into these.
Falmouth Housing Corp. may be coming up with another project soon, and you will be seeing that in the future. So, but with the
Nice
for-profits.
to fold them into these projects to get more of diverse
Sure.
community as well. So
Noted.
just throwing that out there for the future. I don't plan to ask you to change this one.
Noted.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this project?
No, it's a great project otherwise.
It is.
Yeah, I think I would move approval of the endorsement of the 464 Main Street Local Initiative Program application for local action units for 464 Main Street.
Madam Chair, I'll second Ms. Goldstone's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just please know, does the vote also include to sign the endorsement letter? Or is that all inclusive with that one? I just want to make sure that we don't have to come back.
Yeah, it might be helpful to, if we could just read the motion verbatim as it's presented in the
Oh, I thought,
agenda summary.
okay, let's double check that.
So it's motion to endorse the local initiative program application for local action units of Excel 464 Main Street LLC to construct 15 rental units to be deed restricted as affordable at 464 Main Street by sending a letter outlining select board approval to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities and by signing the local initiative program applicable for local action units.
Okay, so we have, I think I'd like to revote that. So we have the motion, and we have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we can now go to our public hearings, and our first public hearing is the tax classification hearing. Mr. Zelinski for the notice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fiscal year 2025 tax classification hearing notice. The Falmouth Select Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, December 16th, 2024, at 6:45 PM in the Select Board Meeting Room, Town Hall 59, Town Hall Square, Falmouth, Mass. Under Chapter 40, Section 56, as amended by Chapter 369 of the Acts of 1982 and Chapter 79 of the Acts of 1983, the Falmouth Select Board will conduct a public hearing on whether the town of Falmouth should implement the Classification Act. At said hearing, the Select Board will hear a presentation regarding the allocation of the fiscal 2024 tax levy, which will determine the share of taxes which each property classification shall pay. The Board of Assessors shall provide all information and data relevant to making a decision of allocating the tax burden, including the fiscal effects of the available options per order of the Select Board.
Thank you.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good evening, Tricia Favuli, Director of Assessing. Once again, we're here. That year went by quickly. I'm going to give you a presentation on the tax rate classification hearing and give you your options under Mass General Law. When setting a tax rate, there are 5 options to be considered. The first one is a residential factor of 1, where all classes of the property are taxed at the same rate. Adopting a residential factor of 1A, which this option, all properties would be taxed at one rate. If the town wishes to maintain a single tax rate for all classes, thereby keep each class at 100% of the full value tax share, the vote should be adopted to a residential factor of 1. A single tax rate would be voted at $6.28. The Board of Assessors recommends a residential factor of 1. Your second option is a small commercial exemption, which would grant a tax reduction of up to 10% to commercial properties assessed at less than $1 million with fewer than 10 employees. In Falmouth, many of our small commercial businesses are not property owners. This would shift the higher tax rate to the commercial industrial properties. Thus, the tenants would end up making up for the loss of the tax dollars that the owner would be paying. The Board of Assessors recommends not adopting a small commercial exemption. Adoption of an open space exemption, which involves open space properties. We currently discount open space as unbuildable along with the same value as an unbuildable parcel. Most of the open space parcels that we have are in subdivisions throughout the town. The Board of Assessors recommends not adopting an open space exemption. Excuse me. Adoption of a residential exemption, which can shift up to, but not more than 35% of the residential domicile properties. In order to qualify for a residential exemption, it must be the principal resident of the taxpayer on January 1st and reported as their primary on the Massachusetts state income tax return. Adoption of a residential exemption, which would redistribute up to 35% of the average assessed residential value from domicile properties to non-domicile properties. The Board of Assessors recommends not adopting a residential exemption. I just want to go over this one a lot because Doug, you and I had talked a couple of times about this, and there were questions last year also. in order for us to adopt the residential exemption this year, we would have to have software in place. Right now, we're in the process of converting to Munis, which was funded at town meeting. The software that the assessors and the collectors use for that process for crediting tax bills will not be available until the end of '25. Also, there's a program that the assessors will have to use through our CAMA system. We've just gone to the cloud on that program, and they will be writing a program if in the event we get to the residential exemption. Again, that will be sometime next year because we have to fund that. We will also need to add an additional staff person in the assessor's office. The process of starting off for a residential exemption is to mail out 20,000 applications to residential properties, whether they're not primary or secondary homes. It doesn't matter. You've got to send it out to all the single-family class residents for homes and condominiums. So that would be about 20,000 applications. Those would be returned to us with an application and a tax return, which would all have to be reviewed because they've got to qualify as being a resident domiciled here. So that would be a very large burden that wouldn't be able to be completed with the staff that is in the office at this time. We would also have other situations where it would be a straight tax return. They live here, they vote here, very easy. We would have people that have properties in trust. We'd have to vet the trust. A lot of our seniors have put their houses in trust with their children as trustees. That would disqualify them from the program. Over the last year, we also took on changing our exemptions for our seniors. We've raised the rate from $500 off their taxes to $1,000. We've lowered the age to 65 from 70, and we've also increased our blind exemptions to $500. So we've been moving along, encouraging people to do that. We've done a senior center presentation, and I've spoke with our veteran agent to try and see if we can get some additional folks coming in through that office. And also the governor has issued a change to the veterans exemptions, and I have an article written for April's town meeting for doubling the veterans exemptions. So they would go from 500 to 800 and 500 to 1,000, I think the numbers are. And I've also done some exploratory work on looking at a daycare voucher. That is a grant program that is not through the assessor's office, but it's a grant program that there's a couple consultants out there that we can work with. Provincetown has it, Wellesley has it, Eastham has it, Truro, Howard, Brewster. They all offer that program, and it's anywhere from $2,000 to $7,000 for a daycare voucher. I think that's something that we really seriously want to look at because that's going to hit the missing market.
Mm-hmm.
Those are a lot of our first-time home buyers that don't qualify for anything else. So that's something that we can look at. I've got lots of information on that. I'm willing to do a little legwork on it. It wouldn't come from the assessor's department. That's something I think we'd have to look at to see where we would cite that and where we'd get our funds from, but it's out there. It's something else that we can explore.
Mr. Brown?
Trish, is it possible that we could also have, similar to the exemption for blind or veterans or other categories that we've already put in place, could we have a child tax exemption where they would use their same tax return and say, I have 3 dependents living with me and they're under the age of whatever, if we set an age? Is that something we could do with?
It's not a state exemption. All our exemptions that we have are backed from the state. So we get, if we give a $500 exemption for blind, I think we get like $287 back from the state.
I see.
There is not an exemption for any child care.
So we would be paying that ourselves if we chose to do it?
Well, yeah, and I think that Maura could confirm, that would be something that we'd have to possibly write as a local option. I don't know where to start on that one.
So that's outside the bounds of municipalities' home rule authority. There are certain things that municipalities just can't regulate, and taxes are one of them. The only way that the town has any ability to tax is if the state legislature grants that authority to us.
So we would have to file a home rule petition?
They'll say no. They hold the purse strings pretty tightly with the taxes.
Interesting.
I think we'd be better off exploring the one that's on the table with other towns right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Muscali?
So, Mr. Favoli, so where would we be, 6, 8, 9 months from now if we wanted to consider a residential tax exemption? Would you be equipped at that time? I know you said you need another staff person, but as far as the software that you're talking about?
No, it won't. The software for Munis, I don't anticipate being ready for my office until the end of '25, along with the CAMA program.
Okay. So at the earliest, we'd be looking at
Next year,
2027?
at the earliest.
At the earliest. And this one's a little bit out there, but what about senior work-off programs where people are able to put time in, volunteers, seniors, and work off some portion of their real estate tax bill? Has that ever been considered here at the?
It was considered about 15 years ago. It was a town meeting article that the assessor's office worked on with the senior center and human resources. And the day before town meeting, the support was withdrawn from the senior center. Again, it's not a program that is run out of the assessor's office. It's a program that typically is run out of senior centers and HR departments.
But it does result
But
in a
it does,
reduction.
it does result, yes. You've got to look at your taxes and what you have available for funds, because obviously those folks get paid. It's a possibility. It's something that could be looked at.
Thank you.
It's great that you have this experience to answer these questions off the cuff.
15 years ago. Any other questions for Ms. Favuli?
I'm just glad that this spurred the conversation, that we can talk about this program that other towns are using, and I'd love to look into it further.
The childcare.
Yeah.
Grant, I guess it is. It's a grant, so it wouldn't be part of the, we're able to explore it because we would have to come up with the money to pay for it. It wouldn't be through a tax exemption of any form.
Right. And I had other ideas, but then Trish alerted me to that possibility, which sounds like a pretty good thing. We just need to find some ways to make it affordable for families with kids to live here.
So there are funds out there that are through the state for it. DHCD has some funds, and the new department, and I'm sorry, but I don't remember the,
Housing and livable communities.
thank you. According to Bailey and Boyd, who does a lot of grant writing for this program, that's where the funds are sitting right now. So it's something that we might be able to start looking at fairly soon.
Great, thank you.
So that was the last one for the options under this residential exemption. The last one is the adoption of a split tax rate using a residential factor of less than 1. And that would be a split rate with the commercial and residential. And the Board of Assessors also recommends that we do not do a split tax rate, and that we stick with a residential factor of 1. Questions? Go ahead.
We've touched on the software availability for implementing a residential exemption. Would the staffing be needed in advance of that, or is the staffing really just needed for implementation in terms of processing applications?
No, the staffing is needed before we can even start sending out applications.
Okay.
I only have 2 clerks in my office, and they handle what they handle right now. And to put that, there's no way physically that you could get that done. Not 37 half hours a week.
I guess I'm just wondering what the path forward is, if this is something that is of interest to the board in the future, recognizing that we're not ready to vote it and implement it now, how we initiate or kind of keep that process rolling.
So we would have to put it in not next year's budget, the following budget. We'd have to budget that, we'd have to budget postage, we'd have to budget to increase our overlay, because we would send the applications out, and as we all know, many people put an envelope on their dining room table and it sits there for several months. So we would be processing them as they come and granting them, and our tax bills would be created in December. So everybody that was in and submitted in December would get their credit. After that, it would not be a known amount of money until April 1st. And that money wouldn't be put aside, so we wouldn't know what we were dealing with, so we would have to build our overlay to cover that debt.
I did a little research, and I couldn't quite, there were varying numbers as to whether 12 or 16 municipalities, here in Massachusetts have adopted the residential tax exemption, but I think Provincetown and maybe Wellfleet, Truro, and Eastham may have,
Mashpee.
and Mashpee maybe.
Mashpee has it, Barnstable has it, Provincetown has it, Truro has it, Eastham does not have it. Howard does not, Brewster does not, Chatham does not, Yarmouth.
So, I mean, I guess the question is amongst assessors, I mean, what has been the, what has been the response, or how do people look at it as being a successful program, in your experience, if any?
If you ask any assessor, they're gonna say, don't do it. It's a moving target that is, you're constantly working on it, because if you qualify right now, Bob, and you sell your house in January to the new person is now getting the remainder of the year credit. You can't, once you issue a credit to a piece of property in December for quarter 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, sorry, that credit is in stone. You can't take it away. So there's many people that are gaining residential exemptions as the house sells. There's also people that are changing domiciles and are moving away. Well, once you receive that for the year, it's your money. You're not giving it back to the town because you moved to Florida in January. It's a very, very intensive work program. I have staff, they don't mind working. I have great staff that work very hard. But it's a very, very demanding program for an office to take over.
So
Mr. Brown?
I would guess that you're suspecting that towns that have it, it wasn't the assessor's idea.
Correct.
Okay.
I probably have 6 presentations from assessors on not to do it.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's a process. It's a learning process, too.
Okay.
On how to run it and what's going to work and what's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, that being said, would you entertain a motion?
If you want to move a motion, go ahead.
I'll move that the town of Falmouth continues to tax all classes at the same rate by adopting a factor of 1, and to reject the residential, commercial, and open space exemption.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to our second public hearing. It's a fee hearing. Mr. Zelinski for the notice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Town of Falmouth Select Board Public Hearing Notice, as provided under Chapter 119 of the Code of Falmouth. A public hearing will be held in the Select Board Meeting Room, Falmouth Town Hall, on Monday, December 16th, 2024, at 6:45 p.m. to establish and promulgate fees which are effective as of January 1st, 2025, to be charged by the town departments and agencies, except as provided by MGL School Department, Planning Board, Library, Town Clerk, Town Treasurer, and Collector of Taxes. The proposed changes as of have been posted. Nancy Robbins Taylor, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Renshaw, I'm going to kick this over to you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As you all know, toward the end of each calendar year, the departments are asked to review their schedule of fees and make recommendations for any changes that are necessary due to cost increases, making sure that the fees are set adequate enough to offset any true actual costs. The results of the departmental review are posted in the paper. Vice Chair Zelinski just read off the posting for these calendar year 2025 proposed fee changes. We have tonight a few departments that are going to be presenting their requested changes. We have Beach Department, Department of Public Works, Waste Management and Water specifically, Health Department, and Inspectional Services Building Department, as well as Select Board. Select Board has, as you note, at the very bottom of that schedule of fee increase notice, Shade Tree advertising fees. We're recommending an increase there, and I'll take that. But, Madam Chair, if you would allow, I'd like to invite the Beach Superintendent, Maggie Clayton, to come and talk about the beach fee increases.
Good evening. Maggie Clayton, Beach Superintendent for the town of Falmouth. The changes involved this evening are a reflection of calculations from the department for where our needs are. We're trying to I'm going to start quickly with the swimming lesson ones first because they're shorter. Reducing the family cap on swim lessons from $15 to $10. Right now, swim lessons for 6 weeks for children ages 4 to 15 are $5 per child for the summer with a family cap of 15. We don't see this as a profit margin. We think it's really important as a town with as large of a coastline as we do to educate as many people as possible on water safety, and we don't want even something as small as $5 to change someone's mind about enrolling their child in swim lessons. The lifeguard training increase from $100 to $175 is to reflect the increase in cost to run the program due to American Red Cross changes and the investment that we'll have to make over time in equipment that's now required for the training. We have to purchase new AED trainers because instead of using 2 for the whole class, you have to have 1 trainer for every 2 participants. And we want to be able to accommodate a full class load of up to 20 students. And it's not a profit to the town, it's just the cost of what the new manual and the new items that must be issued to each student, such as their pocket mask, whistle. We now need to issue a first aid fanny pack to all students, et cetera. So that's the increase there. In the beach parking permit sticker fees, no change to online orders before April 15th, and adding a $5 increase for online orders after April 15th. That's to reflect when we have, sorry, I'm just reading my notes. When we invite community members to purchase their beach parking permit sticker online, that goes out with the tax returns. And you can begin purchasing as early as January 2nd, even though you don't need your beach parking permit sticker until the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend. And that is to divide up the workload as we have so many eligible thousands of households in town. And so, and then the final, or I guess second to final, increase to $50 for mail-in and in-person transactions. That is a compromise on a recommendation from the Beach Committee and from the department, again, to try and decrease wait times in person and to promote the online option. Last year, we came before the board with a resident voter sticker category that was actually not recommended by the Beach Committee, and so we did not put rules in place to make that a category. It was not an effective category in calendar year 2024, so we were deleting it. And the employee non-resident sticker and military and timeshare interval ownership sticker increase to $45 is to make it the same cost as the other increases for the above categories. I think that's it. And I'll take any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
One question about the lifeguard training fees. I mean, I know we had, we got fully staffed, but we had some significant challenges with that, and other towns experience challenges staffing their lifeguards. Do you anticipate the increased training fee for lifeguards being an impediment to recruitment and retention?
I do not. This increase is actually still lower than our cost was prior to COVID in 2020. We don't see it as prohibitive. We also don't, we keep the check until a student has passed the course. If the student doesn't pass the course, we hand them their money back. So we deposit the check when they get their certification. If you compare this offer of $175 to what the Barnstable YMCA offers for the same course, it's almost half. So they charge more for the pool time, but we're meeting all the requirements over a longer period. either a 2 or a 4-hour day based on the curriculum.
I guess it still feels like it could be an impediment to some of our lower income students in town actually being eligible for these really terrific summer jobs. So I'm curious if there's any other mechanism for low income students to get some relief from that cost.
The signups for swim lessons have to happen in the back office, either with a fiscal clerk or myself or my assistant superintendent, Brooke McMillan. So, and we will put a notice out when we are ready to take these offers, that if anyone has concerns, and we can partner with the schools if there's a list of students in need, that we could try and mitigate the cost. We also don't anticipate having not enough students with the course as is to fill expected vacancies for the upcoming next 2 summers.
Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Brown?
And we still have the bonus incentive for this year coming.
Yes, so students who can take the lifeguard training course at the age of 15 is what the Red Cross allows. The town of Falmouth will actually hire someone who is certified as a lifeguard starting at age 16. And so we have students who sometimes take the course and can get hired during that summer, or they can get hired in the following year. And in the budget presentation, I think later, there will be the hourly rate for our beach department employees, and then lifeguards, parking attendants, and clerks who are CPR certified are eligible for a retention bonus if they work, which would be more than twice the cost of the training course.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next department I'd like to invite is Department of Public Works to talk about the waste management compost facility permits.
Good evening, Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. For the waste management facility, we're only looking for 3 changes. One is for mattresses to go from $35 up to $50 to cover processing and hauling. Electronic waste to go from $20 to $25 for the same processing and hauling. And for the compost facility, we're looking to do a combined permit sticker for the waste management facility and the compost facility. And for 2 reasons. Number one, to ensure that it's Falmouth residents, and also that we're doing a lot of upgrades to that facility up there, paving and a lot of processing of the materials. And all the material that goes into that facility gets processed, and it goes back to the public. They can have as much as they want. There's just so much material that we create up there, we have to get rid of it for a contractor to come in. And for that material, a contractor would have to finish processing the material, so they actually would have to pay a contractor to take that material. So that's something that's going to be coming up in the next several years that are going to be coming up. But that's the biggest change for the compost facility, is to make sure that they're a Falmouth resident and combine it with the waste management facility sticker.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. McConerty, should it be, where it says 1-ton truck, 140, should that be 1-ton dump truck? I see the pickup trucks are cut off at 3/4 ton, but a 1-ton pickup truck really fits about the same as a 3/4 ton or a half-ton.
1-ton truck for the waste management or for the?
Yeah, for the permit stickers for the, at the top of the list.
Yep.
Should that be 1-ton dump trucks? So, I mean, because the pickup trucks, really, the beds are pretty much all the same unless they're a short bed.
They're registered differently, though. 1 tons, don't you have to register as a commercial vehicle?
You do.
Maybe that's why.
It's a commercial vehicle. It's also the amount of material that we're looking at. When they judge that up there, they judge it's mostly for the construction and demo.
Yep.
And it's judged by looking in the truck. We have it as a per barrel charge. Most of the time, the debris that goes up into that waste management facility is not in barrels. It's on the back of a truck. Our staff up there judges it through the back of a truck, so they just judge it off for a 3/4 and not the 1-ton.
But the sticker still is to 140, so it just,
Yeah,
I
correct.
just thought maybe it was a typo, but,
Nope. And that hasn't changed. That's been static.
okay.
Questions for Mr. McConerty?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the next department up is Water. And the Water Superintendent, Mr. Matt Lannon, is here to discuss his changes.
Good evening, Matthew Lannon, Water Superintendent. My requests were to increase the costs for 1-inch tapping fees and for 2-inch tapping fees by $75 due to the price of brass increase over the last couple of years. A couple of items indicated in yellow, I don't know if they're the same on the paper, but to delete 6-inch tapping and 8-inch tapping fees. We have primarily requested for the contractors to install those larger diameter taps because we're inundated with other service calls and lead service line inventory surveys, etc. I've also requested to upgrade or increase the costs for closing transfer fees by $5, increasing the price for a new 5/8 meter fee and a 1-inch meter fee from $550 and $720 to $600 and $750 due to the price of brass, because the tail pieces are included when the plumber comes in to request those meters. I've also requested to increase the fees for where is it?
Closing transfer fee?
Transfer fees, yep, and oh, there it is. Sorry, it zoomed out on me. Temporary hydrant fees going up because the price of brass for the meter setups on those are also cost. They tend to break this time of year when people don't properly take all the water out of them, so we have to make repair parts for those. And that's all I have. Questions?
Questions? Ms. Goldstone?
Just to clarify, where you're suggesting delete, you're not proposing to make those services free, but to eliminate those as available services. Is that
Yes, so
correct?
when they apply for a new water service connection, all of that work will be performed by the contractor. We'll simply inspect, sample, and pressure test to make sure that everything's done by our utility standards.
Oh, I see. So you're taking away the tapping service.
Yeah, so one 6-inch tap is about $6,000. So we would have to have the contractor come in, purchase all the stuff, have it delivered to our warehouse at 650 Gifford Street, then coordinate from when they want to do it. And then all of a sudden, we'd have a tap on Main Street, and they'd say, we need it done tomorrow. And we couldn't, supply that labor to them. So
So they provide the saddles, everything?
Correct. Yep, so all at their cost. We also remove meter pits because the meter pits are not owned by the town, they're owned by the homeowner or the business. So it was kind of giving false promise to the resident that we took care of the water service from the water main up to the meter pit, when actually we only are responsible and take care of the water service from the water main to the water service shutoff, which is the curb stop before the meter pit.
Yeah, I ran into that last year, and I was surprised because I saw that the service was still available, but the contractor said it wasn't, and
Yeah, so
a little unclear.
we were basically paying no sales tax and then giving it to the, or having the contractor install it, but realistically, it should be the contractor purchasing the meter pit for that home at his cost, not the town's cost.
Is there any way to make the contractors aware? They're probably all aware by now, the locals, but what about, is it on the website?
I haven't changed the meter pit removal until this was approved.
Okay.
So, but once this would be approved, it would potentially be up by the end of this week.
Okay.
We have kind of let the local contractors already know by word.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Lannon? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam. Madam Chair, the next department to present is Health Department. Health Agent Scott McGann.
Scott McGann, Health Agent. So some of the fees that I did request an increase for under septic systems would be a partial replacement of a septic system from $50 to $75. The Board of Health had new regulations in February requiring the operators of the denitrification septic systems to be licensed with the town, so that gives us a hook. If we're not getting the data or they're not submitting them to the county, this allows us to hold a license on them in order to make sure that we have operators that are complying. And so I set that fee at $50. On food service, the restaurants went up $25. The last change was 2019. Part of that's because we do have pending plastic reduction, which is going to require much more time spent in doing an inspection because we're going to be reviewing the policies that get created from that regulation. It's going to create more time per inspection. And, you know, and incrementally, we do increase over time, and it's been since 2019. Some of these residential kitchen, continental breakfast, and mobile, I believe I came to town as the assistant agent in 2002. That was the fee in 2002. So it's been quite some time that those fees, they're low. They're 25, looking to go to 35. In terms of other permits, I did go up quite a bit on body art practitioner and body art establishment. We currently have one, which does the permanent makeup. A lot of times we have 0. The most I think we've had in town is 1 at one time. It is the closest permit that we issue to a medical procedure. So we do take that one very seriously. If somebody comes to me tomorrow morning asking for a permit, we'll set up an appointment. It's going to start out with an hour-long conversation just to review the permit. There's a lot of things that we do require: anatomy and physiology classes, bloodborne pathogen training. The training might come from some technical place in Ontario, which I'd have to research, get online, and make sure that that place is suitable for what the board wants for bloodborne pathogens. Then there's sterilization, what the equipment specs are for the autoclave. And so it does take an enormous, it's the one that takes the most, by and large, the most amount of time before we would issue a permit. You know, the fees for other towns range from about $100 to $500. I think we needed to go up on that. It's something we may not get for 5 years. We might not have somebody come in. Somebody, when they do come in, it's quite a bit of a movement on that. So I did raise those fees quite a bit from what I normally would raise on a fee increase. Campground is the second most laborious permit. There's a lot of forms that need to be filled out, medical forms, who's the physician that's looking at these camps. These might be soccer camps, Hui camps, camps of that nature. And so I did ask for an increase of $25 on that. The rental permit one, that is the trickiest one also, is because right now we don't have a bylaw that splits short-term and long-term. And the companies that Mr. Renshaw and I have been looking at, quite frankly, I don't think are providing enough service for the amount of money that they're thinking to charge us. And so for this year, we don't have anybody yet. What I am proposing is to grind through the sales tax list of 1,100 to 1,200 and start notifying them, which is going to take somewhere between 500 and 1,000 hours, which we're not going to add staff to do. We're just going to do it. I think the fee, towns can go up to $500, $600. Some towns charge nothing for rentals. It's all over the board. It is quite a bit of an increase. I think it's more of a temporary placeholder. I think once we figure out the best system, there's companies out there that could probably do it for less, or we find the right one and we get the right program in, we'll know better what to charge. So I look at that sort of as a placeholder. And we do propose to get a heck of a lot more than 388, because that's what we had last year. It's always been sort of a passive registration. We're going to actively pursue them as best to our abilities with the current people that we have.
Great.
Questions of Mr. McGann?
I had a comment, Madam Chair, if I could.
Go ahead.
I appreciate Scott's mention of the research staff has been doing on the companies that scrape, so to speak, the Airbnbs and VRBOs. We do have I think, kind of a unique and exciting opportunity. There's a startup company that uses artificial intelligence that we're in discussions with to look at that as a method to identify those properties that are operating rental properties that have not come to Scott's office to register. So that's one of the things we're looking at now.
Great. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Select Board. The next department is Building Department, Inspectional Services, and our Building Commissioner, Gary Street.
Good evening, Gary Street, Building Commissioner. We have the Inspectional Services is proposing 2 new fee categories and increase 2 fee categories and add 1 new fee. This is due to the expanded revision and inspection service processes. The 2 new fee categories are audio and video work. $75 for residential and $100 for commercial. The increase, two increases, is the minimum fee for a permit, which now is $50. I'd like to increase it to a $100 minimum. That includes permits up to $10,000 in cost related. And then alterations for residential and commercial construction also up to a $100 fee, up from $50. The new fee that I'd like to add is the miscellaneous commercial carnival concession and fair inspections of $300 a day. This is for the Barnstable County Fair, which we have no fee for right now. It includes a plumbing and gas inspector, electrical inspector, a building inspector, and fire services, all to be out on site each day of the fair. That's all I have.
Any questions? Mr. Brown?
So, Gary, did I hear you right then? So the minimum permit of 100 brings you to $10,000 value of work?
Yes.
With a flat fee?
That's flat.
Does that include the express permits as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other, Mr. Muscally?
And just to clarify, the miscellaneous commercial only applies to the fairgrounds property? There's no other establishment in town that would apply to?
That basically is it. It's a category of carnival concessions and fair inspections.
Mhm.
That's really all we have is the Barnstable County Fair.
Ms. Goldstone?
Yeah, can you just say a little bit more about the new fees, the audio and video work, what that actually
Well, that
refers
just
to?
breaks out what we have already in place. It just is a new category. That's all that is.
Okay.
It's already included in the fees for the either new work or remodeling work.
Any other questions of the building inspector? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And for the select board, we have the shade tree.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll touch on that one.
Please.
And answer any questions. So, as indicated in the packet this evening, the actual fee for advertising in the local paper with regards to the shade tree hearing is averaging about $74, and for years we've been charging $35. So the staff is recommending that we increase that to the actual cost, and then we would invoice the applicants of the shade tree hearing, the actual cost of that newspaper ad. I think it's based on the size and number of characters.
Any questions regarding select board? Mr. Brown?
Just a thought, I know that the abutters list now is the responsibility of the applicant, and I think that's probably a good move, because it takes the work off the staff. Is it something maybe we should consider also, to just have them advertise it? Or would that not be legal?
I think it would cause mischief.
Yeah.
Because it would just, I'd rather have it known that it's going to be published and have our staff do it as part of their daily duties than rely on someone to post something in the paper and then miss the date.
Right, okay,
And then have to continually start over.
For a hearing that we
For a
have to
hearing.
conduct.
got it, thanks.
Any questions from the public regarding this fee hearing and the proposed fee changes? Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing.
So moved?
Okay, I have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Discussion amongst the board.
The one thing that hits me is, why are we even bother charging for swimming lessons? I mean, is this something that we could actually offer as a service to the town? I would think charging, a $10 cap with 4 kids, probably more of a headache to collect the money and see it applied than it's worth.
Yeah, I can't argue with you on the financials of that. I think there, oftentimes we see in general with free programs is that folks don't take it seriously, so they sign up and don't show up. So it's just sort of, it gives them, it causes them to make sure that they really want to do it. And then they sign up and they're much more likely to actually attend, and that helps us with planning the programs.
Good point.
Is there any fee waiver for families?
I believe there is. I'm looking for, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Nope, that's fine.
That was really all where I was going.
Right, I got you, Mr. Muscally, I got it. Any other questions or comments? I would entertain a motion.
I would move approval of the fees as presented, unless there's a written motion.
Madam Chair, if I could recommend just adding, and I appreciate Select Board Member Brown reading it as printed, but as published in tonight's agenda packet and as presented tonight.
Okay, that's the motion. I would move as published and presented this evening.
Second, Mr. Mello's motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
I would make one more comment that these fees are minor increases, and I think they seem fair.
I would agree. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
And I thank all of the department heads for their work on that. Okay, we're going to move into business. Presentation update, Association to Preserve Cape Cod. Mr. Gottlieb, I have you slated for 15 minutes.
All right. You're actually going to hear from me for a lot less. Andrew Gottlieb, the Executive Director of the Association to Preserve Cape Cod, joined by Jordan Moore, our Falmouth resident, and lead ecologist and science advisor, who's actually going to walk through the details of these projects. What we want to let you know, as we have 3 other towns, APCC was successful in acquiring significant federal support for 6 restoration projects for fresh and coastal wetland resources that benefit water quality and habitat in the towns of Falmouth, Mashpee, Dennis, and Harwich primarily. And so we've been going around to the 4 boards. You're the 4th. Just to give a brief overview of the projects, to let you know the work that we're going to be doing, the money that's been able to be brought into the community, and most of it in partnership with the town and other partnering organizations with whom we tend to work. These NOAA grants came through the Inflation Reduction Act. APCC, as the lead applicant, we were able to, through 2 different pots of money, 2 discrete applications, both of which we've been successful in acquiring, we're able to receive about the 5th largest award in each of the 2 categories nationally. So these are significant initiatives that are at a scale that we've not done before on Cape Cod. I think it's a recognition of the power that comes from collaborating with municipalities and other nonprofit organizations, and the fact that with staff of Jordan and others' caliber, we're able to bring, national recognition to the need to restore degraded water resources. And we really think that these projects will support and complement a lot of the work that you're doing on the nitrogen load reduction work on your part of your wastewater management plan. So we want to give you a chance to understand what the projects are, anticipate what's coming, and I'll just turn it over to Jordan.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew. I have some slides, and I've noticed the computer's gone to sleep. And I don't know how to get it to wake up.
Let's see if I can get it to. Should be all right.
While he's logging in, I just wanted to check, did everybody get the handouts for the 2 projects that are associated with Falmouth as part of the packet?
Well, we got the whole presentation in the packet.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right, great.
Yeah.
I have extra copies if you want some.
All right.
Thank you very much.
And you have to use the keyboard.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so the project is being led by the APCC Ecosystem Restoration Program. We have recently renamed ourselves from the Restoration Coordination Center, or the RCC, not to confuse ourselves with our new Koppel Center on our APCC campus up in Dennis. We've been assisting towns and communities with restoration since 2015. So the NOAA Transformational Habitat, look, screen, that's helpful. Grant it's a 4-year-long project. We will be working on tidal and freshwater restoration projects. We have lots and lots of partners associated with the projects, including, like Andrew mentioned, the towns of Dennis, Mashpee, and Falmouth. Also the Harwich Conservation Trust, Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe, the Wacoit Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve, the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, and the Cape Cod Conservation District. This is just to give you a sense of how the budget breaks down across these different partners and restoration types. We're working, again, like I said, in tidal salt marsh restoration, but we're also working on several freshwater river and bog projects, which I'll note a little bit further on the presentation. APCC's time and expense comes to about $890,000 over those 4 years, working on all 5 of these projects. And the partners, the Mashpee Wampanoag Tribe and Webner, receive just over $400,000 to assist with outreach and engagement. The total request comes to $15 million. A lot of that goes to construction costs for the restoration, and we have been able to leverage over $5 million as part of the overall funding for these different projects. So a little more detail about which specific projects I'm talking about. The 2 salt marsh restoration sites are Weir Creek in Dennis and Oyster Pond in Falmouth. And this is confusing because there are multiple oyster ponds in Falmouth, and we are talking about the one in West Falmouth Harbor. The freshwater bog restoration sites are Hinckley's Pond in Harwich, Red Brook, which actually sort of borders Mashpee and Falmouth, so another project that I will mention tonight, and the Upper Quashnet, which is located in Mashpee. This is a map showing the location of these sites. This first slide, zoom in on Oyster Pond, again in West Falmouth Harbor. You can see the little grass symbol there, noting the tidal restoration on the Shining Sea Bikeway. Culvert is currently undersized and needs to be increased in size, replaced with some sort of box culvert. That design is still, undergoing development. But the hope is to increase the tidal flow into Oyster Pond, improve the water quality, and also the resilience of that salt marsh upstream. The Red Brook site is in the Wacoit Bay watershed. And this is a complicated site. It's a bridge that is also a dam. So the roadway there, Red Brook Road, is also a dam that has failed. Mashpee has been working with Horsley Witten Group to assess that and come up with a design for restoring that area. And this project will not only assess and do the construction on the culvert, but also look to do some feasibility and design studies for upstream to restore more of that, what was cranberry bog, to a more natural riverine system. So the impacts overall of the restoration in total across all of the projects, we're looking at over 220 acres of wetland habitat, 181 acres of pond habitat, 2.2 miles of river and shoreline habitat, and you can see how the different sites fall out across those various habitats in terms of what we're actually restoring in each site. I just wanted to note the partners that we're working with, especially for those that are associated with Falmouth. We're working closely with Betsy Gladfelter, Mark Katzberzik, and Jim McLaughlin on the Oyster Pond and Red Brook sites. We also are working with Catherine Laurent from Mashpee, along with Webner, the tribe, Horsley Witten homeowners, and the Fish and Wildlife Refuge for the Red Brook project. The 2 consultants that we'll be working with for Oyster Pond are Fuss and O'Neill and Woods Hole Group. So I will not waste time going through the rest of those partners. So APCC's role, we are worked hard through the grant application process and revision, bringing all of these partners together. Very happy to have a successful award that was granted in October. Those funds have been secured, and so now we are in the process of doing our kickoff meetings, getting contracts in place to work with these various consultants. We'll be helping with meetings and scope and schedule, keeping everybody on track with the budget. For Red Brook and the Weir Creek projects, we'll be hiring and managing those consultants directly through APCC, but for the other projects, we'll be sub-awarding that through either the Harwich Conservation Trust or the town of Mashpee. We have already been involved in monitoring. We will continue to provide that capacity for the projects moving forward, and working hard with Webner and Mashpee on the training and engagement pieces as well. And then I just wanted to go quickly through some of the budget information, just to give everybody a sense of what's coming to the town and kind of to what project. So the Oyster Pond budget, that is going to be a direct, like I said, contract from APCC with Fuss & O'Neill and Woods Hole Group. We had considered providing those funds through the town, but after our kickoff meeting, it was, the Betsy and Mark and Jim all felt that it actually simplified things on the town staff side just for APCC to hold that contract. Obviously, the town and Betsy will still be very much involved with the meetings and decision-making going forward. We're just simplifying by holding the contract ourselves. The money, over $500,000, will be for adaptive management plan, which hopefully will be done this spring. Outreach, permitting, and final design. I'll talk a little bit more about the schedule coming up. This is a little bit more detail on how the different components break out for the funding. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here just to save time, but did want to note the leveraged funds from the 604B grant program through the state and the Cape Cod Conservation District that provided funding for initial design, some of the feasibility study, and also the monitoring that APCC did this past summer. So this is what the schedule looks like. I mentioned the adaptive management plan will be done this spring, hopefully. Then we'll move into permitting, getting that underway throughout 2025, hopefully finishing up in 2026, and getting through final design by the end of 2026. Our community engagement is currently actually scheduled for June, so this is a slightly out of sync Gantt chart, but we decided that June was really a better time for seasonal residents to be able to participate in those meetings. So that's why we tried to shift it back a little bit, just to catch more of the residents and stakeholders. Red Brook budget and subawards. This project is much bigger and will, go through construction as well. So there's kind of more complexity to this one. But the piece that I wanted to at least highlight for the select board tonight is that there is $500,000 that will go to the town of Mashpee and Falmouth. That contract is, I think, already in draft form and has been submitted to Jim and Mark for review, I believe. My colleague April Vopst has been handling all of the contract side of things. And that money will go to land acquisition. I believe it's upstream of the culvert, so of Red Brook Road. Maybe don't quote me on that. But there is some land acquisition involved in that project to do that restoration effort. Again, this is a little bit more detail on the budget and how it breaks out. You can see the sort of river and bog piece of it is separate from the budgeting for the culvert replacement. So the river and bog restoration is something that is just getting underway in terms of the feasibility and the design, whereas the culvert has already started in those particular elements, and hopefully we'll get through construction by the end of the project. Again, just want to acknowledge the leveraged funds that has already gone into the project to get it to this point. This is what the timeline looks like for the Red Brook project. We are, again, working through permitting, getting through final design for the culvert in 2025 and 2026, hoping to get through the construction late 2026 and monitoring the replacement in 2027. We will be working hard on community engagement and land acquisition in 2025 into 2026, and hopefully have the design and permitting done for the river and bog restoration by the end of the project, again, which is in 2028. And we'll be seeking funding opportunities to get that constructed in another opportunity down the road. So just to sum up where we are and where we're headed, we have gone through all of the compliance and regulatory review for the consultants that are working on each of these projects. Right now, we're working on subaward agreements and contracts for all the different partners. We've presented to all the select boards now. Falmouth was our remaining one to do tonight, so very excited to share the project with you all. And we also held our kickoff meetings for the Red Brook and Oyster Pond projects at the end of October. We talked through roles, scope, how coordinating communication, again, when we want to hold that engagement meeting in June. And then hopefully, once subawards and everything are in place, after the new year, we will get underway with that adaptive management plan. So that is all I have for you. Do you have any questions for me?
Wow. Excellent. Mr. Brown, let's start with you.
Well, it's quite a gift, so thank you for coming. What, I gotta wonder, what was the impetus? What made you identify these locations?
That's a really good question. We worked really tirelessly with the partners. So Cape Cod Conservation District had been working on the Oyster Pond project for a while, but had stalled out because NRCS, who the district normally partners with, can't fund permitting. So, we took basically projects from a lot of these different partners, the district, the Harwich Conservation Trust, different municipalities we've worked with over the years, to come up with sort of gaps that were holding up projects, and pulled all of that together into one grant application. Initially, we thought we'd split it into two for the river and bog and the salt marsh, but then we realized there was a lot more power behind the message of connecting those on a watershed scale and really looking at water quality, from the headwaters all the way down to the coastline, and that ended up being a successful pitch. So that's how that came around.
Well, that's a great.
The other aspect that, Doug, is, because we work across the region with a lot of different partner organizations, April and Jordan have a list of dozens of projects that are at different places.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that we are able to do that is helpful, I think, to the community we work with is look across opportunities and be opportunistic and say, all right, there's a funding source that really favors this kind of outcome or this part of a project. What do we have? And then we sort of pull those components together for the list. So this is a very dynamic process, took advantage of what we now recognize as probably a once-in-a-generation opportunity of an infusion of federal money to support these types of projects.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of time working with the granting agency and our partners to say, given this opportunity, what's the best fit? So we got a lot of feedback from NOAA, and so this was a very well-informed guess about what the funders wanted. Are these the 6 projects that are the absolute far and best? No, there's a whole bunch of other projects elsewhere on the Cape that would be just as valuable as these. These are the ones that fit the opportunity. So we grabbed those, brought them forward. And we'll be looking in the next several years to build out this pipeline of projects to match it with other future funding opportunities to do the next thing. So maybe a bunch of them will be Falmouth, we hope so. But they'll probably be elsewhere spread out across the Cape. So this is a good example and a home run hit, given the size of the funding opportunity. But we see dozens more of these smaller opportunities being available to Cape communities going forward.
Ms. Goldstone had a question.
Actually, that was my question.
Okay.
Okay, and
One more, Mr. Brown.
just to clarify the locations, I think the one for Childs River is at Under Barrows Road right near Route 28?
No, the one on so you might be thinking the Childs River Restoration Project, which was completed in 2021. We're talking about Red Brook, which is upstream of Hamlin Pond.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have 2 projects, that one and the Upper Quashnet one, which is entirely in Mashpee, which actually do benefit water quality in Falmouth because they all both drain down to the shared resource we have of Wacoit Bay.
Right. And the other one's at the bike path, you said?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, the Oyster Pond one, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
I do have one question, if possible, for Mr. Gottlieb. Andrew, you brought to my attention, because you, of course, serve the Cape community in a lot of different ways, that Falmouth is not currently represented on the Citizen Advisory Committee, and I'm going to mess up the rest of that. So could you please tell us about that gap so that we can think about how we address it?
State Environmental Management Commission, which oversees the training activities of the military at Joint Base Cape Cod and the Upper Cape Water Supply Reserve, the northern 15,000 acres. The Environmental Management Commission is the entity that makes determinations about the acceptability and compatibility military training activities with water supply and habitat protection, which are the primary and first values protected by state legislation on that land. The Environmental Management Commission is commissioners of DEP, Fisheries and Wildlife, or Fish and Game now, and Conservation and Recreation. That entity is supported by 2 advisory councils. There's a Science Advisory Council set up by state statute that lays out people with specific scientific backgrounds, which are supposed to review activities, make recommendations to the full body, and then a Citizens Advisory Council. And there are a number of vacancies on that Citizens Advisory Council. Town of Mashpee did not have a representative. They appointed me last month. I believe Falmouth's representative, this spot has been vacant for some time, and brought that to Ms. Goldstone's attention, suggesting that it would be good in the event that future training activities are proposed to ensure that valuable, meaningful input from the broader Falmouth community is brought to the attention of that Environmental Management Commission. Your appointment as a select board is subject to the ratification and approval of the governor, so it takes a while, but you have to have somebody named to represent you, and the governor hopefully will defer to your judgment on who best represents your community.
Good reminder.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd love to come back and talk to you about residential exemption sometime.
Okay, we're going to move on to a report, the Edward Marks Building Advisory Committee. Ms. Wand, and I've slated you for 15 minutes, and we're going to try and stick to that because we are so far behind.
Oops, sorry, thanks so much.
Is there a did we receive a copy of the PowerPoint?
You did. It wasn't ready in advance.
Okay.
It's up there. It's on your server.
It was not part of our packet, is my point.
No. I'm happy to make the slides available, and
Just send
there
it to
are
us.
2
That would
pieces
be good.
coming to you afterwards.
Okay, let's start.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, I just have to find a place to wiggle some of this into. There we go. Okay. My name is Barbara Wand. I'm the chair of a 6-person committee that has been operating since 2019, trying to move from the poorhouse. The reason I use that terminology, which is the Edward Marks building, to those of you who are familiar with it in that nomenclature, we referred to it internally and for grant purposes as the poorhouse, because it is the poorhouse which has the rich history that attracts interest of our CPC. Because this building is municipally owned, we do not have other funding sources that we can reach out to. Ordinarily, I'd be looking at foundations or mega donors, et cetera. That's not available to us. So the CPC and, of course, any budgeting that the town does are the primary funding sources here. We have a rather, I think I can call it prestigious committee, because we have 3 general contractors in town who are very well regarded. Mike Duffany from Duffany Builders, Christian Valley from the Valley Group, and Tom Renshaw, who knows that building cold. He is an individual contractor, and he has already done quite a bit of work on the building itself, which you would not be aware of per se. Doug has hung with us for 5 years as our liaison, and we've kept going. I mean, and it's very slow because the funding cycles are very slow. I think you know enough about the CPC for me not to have to restate that, but you can bring it up as a question later. And of course, we work very closely with the planning department. Jed Cornuck, who's in the audience, has been a saint in helping us and moving us along. So, a little bit, because we have 2 new members of the select board, I just want to drive home a little bit of history here. It was the main building that you see in this 1888 photo was originally a tavern. Tavern having been the colonial term for inn. And it was way up somewhere near Sandwich Road and 151. I have never heard an exact location. And of course, because no electricity, no plumbing, any of the 20th or 21st century problems, they were able to move the main block, as it's now referred to, down with oxen, I would assume, but it could have been horses, to its current location, because there became a mandate for all of the colonies to have a way of protecting or supporting the poor. Now, by poor, that can mean disabled person, a mentally unstable person, a person with any resources, such as widows, for example, of seafaring men who disappeared and, had no money at all in the household. So that term is very broad when we talk about the poorhouse. 150 years of service, that building has gone through. And as such, it went through a variety of name changes. Poorhouse became, well, let's tone it down a little, and became a poor farm, and then I'm skipping some of them, and then finally the town infirmary. And what it put it out of business was the emergence of hospitals. So you have something much more powerful, useful, and broad to do instead of putting people into 8 feet by 8 feet cells. They were literally called cells. That was the rooming scenario they had. So we got involved 5 years ago and discovered that the state had what's called a preservation restriction on the building. Generally, you find preservation restrictions on the exterior only. But because there were so many leftover features of its history internally, not glamorous for those of you who haven't seen it, they put a restriction on how to manage interior renovation. So the whole building gets the scrutiny of the Mass Historical Commission. Let's see what initially the town thought that it was what I call a coat of paint and move the furniture in. And then it was discovered that these restrictions were in place. So there was inadequate funding for a speedy move-in of the Human Services Department. That all of this is time, I hope you can figure out here. Let me see. Yes, I was going to just mention that with respect to infrastructure, just for the interior, that took 2 years to hash through what needed to be saved, what didn't, what was expendable. And also there was a problem because the HVAC system was using leftover ESCO funds, and the ESCO fund remainder was too small for what the heating and air conditioning needs of that building. They're happily in there now. And everything I hear, they're happy with the building. I'm just checking my notes here. Excuse me, I think you can tell I have a cold, and I'll put this up so not to endanger you if I need to. put it up. So I have, whoops, why did it go to 2? That's weird. You did provide a mouse here, right? Oh, it's very hard to see from here. Okay. Nope, that's not it, okay. All right, sorry. So last year specifically, there were 3 things that went, first wonky and then well. One is that the town made the decision to give a broader scope of work to an architectural firm. It originally was contracted to handle the interior management of the interior renovation, period. And then it became obvious that as the committee's work had moved past the interior, that they become the contract manager for the whole. And that caused, they weren't staffed for that. And so things slowed down appreciably, but we acquired 2 new employees at DHK, and things have resolved themselves to the point that I'm happy to tell you that we have the final plan for the exterior, okay? So this, I think you'll appreciate the complexity of what's involved when you see the plan. Jed brought along copies, and he'll give them out at the end of the meeting, okay? So that's, you know, believe me, from our point of view, 5 years later is a good thing. Let's see. Oh, and I just want to stress something else. When this move happened to DHK, it became clear that what we should do, we had the scope of work was for the exterior, 3 distinct phases. First one was very tactical, kind of safety related, then a much bigger chunk, and then the last finishing touches. So it became very clear that we should put phases 1 and 2 in place. And that constitutes, that's an estimate of 75% of the total restoration work to be done. So when we, sorry. All right. So when we get to this completion of 1 and 2, that is you'll be able to see major differences in the exterior of the building. The second thing that was a chunk of time, effort, and moving forward is that each of the 3 contractors that I mentioned earlier have stepped up and offered in-kind effort for this building. So Steve Cady, whom we have not met, is a very good friend of Tom Renshaw's, and he's a mason. So Tom, Christian, and Mike have offered to provide different pieces of the exterior materials, which would be paid back to them via the CPC, but they're giving all the labor that goes with that. And the town had not faced before a project of this kind of magnitude, because the historical element of it all was new. And I doubt they previously had 3 volunteer contractors stepping up. So collaborative effort, led by the Planning, Building, and Facilities Department, put together a document which is an in-kind policy for the town. So if you ever bump into this kind of thing again, there's a policy in place. And you can get a copy of that from Jed in the Planning Department.
Who wrote the policy?
The 3 of them, the 3 departments collaborated. It's a very short document, by the way. It's just clarifying.
Copy of that?
I will get you a
Policy?
copy.
I'd
I
like
don't
to
have
see
it
that.
with me, but I will get you a copy.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, third part, in terms of achievements of this past year. Having mentioned that the two phases were put together, and when I talk about phases, I'm talking about the money in hand from the CPC that had been chunked into 1, 2, and 3. So that helped enormously, and where we're at right now is having come to this conclusion, which, by the way, let me be clear, you can't do anything with contractors or putting something out to bid until you've got the final version. So with that in hand now, we can, with some confidence, talk about what the time frame will be in 2025. We also are obliged, by virtue of the fact that we get CPC funding, to put a sign on the lawn acknowledging the contribution to CPC. That's what I mean by that last one. So, rather than take 4 more slides, I munged together in one paragraph what we're expecting to happen with completion of phases 1 and 2, and 3. Here, where we start with, excuse me, apologize. All right, so what we'll call the final phase, it used to be 3, I have to just call it the final phase now. These are the last things that will be touched and spec'd out. Since we have the final plan in great detail, that is no longer, gee, what about this, what about that? It's ready to go to be spec'd. So we hope we will be able to put a presentation into CPC by their deadline this summer for funds, of course, which don't become available until the following year. I want to mention something. It's thorny because the town has resisted this in the past. You have almost, I think it's 4,000 square feet on the second floor. Windows, it's a very bright area that could be more town office space. The dilemma being, the bad word that nobody wanted to say is elevator. But we have, and I'm forgetting the term, I apologize, one of the committee members had explored, there's a type of elevator which has its own name as a category. And if any of you are familiar with Fisherman's View Restaurant, they have one of these, which takes people from the basement where the store is up to the restaurant level. It's smaller and it can be put inside or outside. So it's just, I just want to plant that as something that deserves attention, because the payoff of getting 4,000 square feet, and remember, all the windows will have been done. You know, there's a lot of work that went into preceding phases. And it's just something we're not talking about it beyond that right now.
Your
Nancy?
time is up. The board, do you want to extend another few minutes?
Sure.
Moving
How
forward?
much more do you have?
2 more bullets.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
that was the last.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. Excuse me, one more bullet. What occurred to me after I had put this together is that on the main floor of the poorhouse, there is a room that is the 8 feet by 8 feet cell, and we put it into a do not touch category. It was being used to put mops and brooms in for quite a long time. We can revisit that as a restoration project that the town does not have to put a dime into. It would involve donor development, but it's modest. And as a result, you could have something that the public could look into that says, that's what it was like to be in the poorhouse in the 1800s, okay? So that, again, is just beyond 2025. Any questions?
Questions or comments?
No? Glad to see you moving forward and get the plans done.
Sorry, Doug knows it.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
informative, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to consider voting to approve the 809 Sandwich Road LIP application, and I'm going to kick that over to Mr. Renshaw, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quickly, because we are behind, I'm going to kick this off. The applicant is here to present or go answer any questions you might have. Madam Chair, Select Board, a local initiative program LIP application was submitted by Northland Residential Corporation to construct 36 residential units at 809 Sandwich Road. Of those 36 units, a total of 13 are being proposed to be deed restricted as affordable in perpetuity. The property is plus or minus 4.65 acres. It's currently, as you probably know, the site of a former horse boarding and training facility, which is cleared but not being maintained. It has a ring, a barn, an outdoor paddock, and support facilities in varying conditions. Madam Chair and Board, the project will consist of 17 duplexes and 2 single-unit structures. I think the applicant has some illustrations, some drawings. There will be 18 1,200 square foot 2-bedroom units and 18 1,350 square foot 3-bedroom units, 36 rental units in total. They will be the style as outlined in the attachment E3 of the LIP application, which is included in your packets tonight. The project includes a combination of mail and school bus stop pavilion, a large village green open space area with walking paths, community gathering common area with a fire pit and children's play area, and a dog park. And Madam Chair, Select Board, the Affordable Housing Committee Chair, Mr. Dave Garrison, submitted a letter of support of the project, which is also included in your packet. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the President and CEO of Northland, Mr. Jack Dolly. Jack?
Let me just start by saying you've had this in your packet. Do you have questions about this project, specific questions that you would like to ask?
Well, are we going to?
Well, yes, we will. I'm just saying you have had it in your packet, and is there anything in particular that stands out about this project that you want clarification on?
The project is clear. My only question would be, has there been any interaction with the neighbors?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's the zoning there? What's the zoning?
The existing zoning is.
Is it ag?
Ag 40,000 square feet.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
You want me to go through this, or?
Yeah, if you.
Okay. I'll try to. Good
Quickly.
evening. My name is Jack Dolly. I own and run a company called Northland Residential. I know you're late, so I'm going to go quick. I have under contract to purchase the Smithfield Farm at 809 Sandwich Road in town, the horse boarding and training facility. As was described earlier, the property is about 4.65 acres and with 330-odd feet of frontage along Sandwich Road. It has a number of buildings on the site, a riding ring, an existing house, various barns and paddocks, all in various states of disrepair. It's basically a cleared site from beanpole to beanpole, front to back. And I've been working with the Housing Development Working Group led by Kim Fish and Jed Cornock, and probably met 3 or 4 different times with them, and then separately with the Affordable Housing Committee. And I am proposing essentially a friendly 40B project for the property. If you can see this, this is the property with the various buildings on it. As Scott asked, I have not met with any abutters.
I didn't ask you that.
That was me.
Excuse me.
Doug.
Doug.
Okay.
I have not yet met with any abutters, trying to get to a starting point, and that would be the filing of a LIP application with the state, followed by the filing of a comprehensive permit with the ZBA. Somewhere in the first quarter, if this is successful, I will begin the community neighborhood outreach. As you can see, the property is essentially a rectangle with a number of buildings on it. This map does show a pond or a blue area. It is not there. There are no wetlands on the property. It has been tested. I didn't include the report, but it's been vetted. I've also conducted a number of soil tests to understand how wastewater and stormwater can be managed on site. What I'm proposing is a 36-unit rental project. 23 of the units would be market rate, 13 would be affordable. They would consist of 18 two-bedroom units and 18 three-bedroom units. I am proposing to essentially use or copy Mike Galasso's Megansett Crossing building typologies. That's over in the North Falmouth area of Falmouth. The land plan would consist of 17 duplexes and 2 single-unit structures. You'll see in the plan that I separated one of the duplexes in half. Total bedrooms would be 90. Its tenure would be rental, i.e. it would be a rental community, not a for-sale community. And through our negotiations and discussions that began, I would say probably late February, earlier March of this year, we have come up with the following tiers of affordability or inclusivity. 9 at 80% AMI, 2 at 100, 1 at 110 and 120. And then we would have a number of community amenities on site. Each unit will have its own single-car garage included in the building form. You'll see the floor plan in a minute. They will be all electric. They will be a carbon-free development, except for a fire pit and some grills that we were proposing. And we will build it to the current stretch energy code requirements. Here's the, I should say before we get to that, I started the conversation with the Housing Development Working Group saying that I would, if I did anything, I would propose an advanced on-site septic system voluntarily, because I think it is the right thing to do. I know that codes and so on and so forth are going there, probably as quickly as I might bring this to market. So I'm aligned with that, that objective. Here is the land plan. You can see Sandwich Road on the, I don't know how you describe that, over here. And I'm going to utilize the existing curb cut, which is across the street from the Hatchfield Road intersection. This is the existing curb cut that the farm, horse farm, uses presently. And you can see immediately that I have flanked that entrance with 2 singles on either side of the entry, and then everything else is a duplex, and travels to the rear of the community, to the east. Essentially, the property is oriented, east to, west to east, north being on the upper side here. We have this village green area, which would be a soil absorption. Essentially, that's where the leach field would be located, as well as its replacement leach field area. And then we would talk what I call stormwater and or drainage and various other locations on site. Soils are phenomenal. In the back right left corner, as you were to drive in, we're proposing some community amenities in the form of a dog park, a tot lot, some form of community gathering around a fire pit and some grilling stations. And in the front entry, we have a pavilion proposed that would house the mailboxes and also provide an opportunity for school kids to gather as they awaited a bus, which we do not believe will come into the site. It's probably going to have to stop out at Sandwich Road and have the kids walk from that pavilion area out to the street to get on the bus. We may be able to get them to come into the site, but it is a private road. It is not proposed to be a town street. I'm going quickly, so stop me. Here is essentially the Megansett Crossing floor building typology. One half of this is a 2-bedroom unit at 1,200 square feet, and where both of the bedrooms are on the second floor. The other half of it is a 3-bedroom unit where one of the bedrooms is located on the first floor and the other 2 are on the second floor. A 2-bedroom unit would have a 1.5 bath, and a 3-bedroom would have 2.5 baths. And you will note that there is a single-car garage provided for in both instances. Here's some pictures of Megansett Crossing as it exists today. I'm sure many of you were familiar with it, and I'll stop talking.
Questions from the board? Comments? Mr. Brown?
If there were potential additional incentives, do you see any opportunity to lower the AMI for some of the units?
We had a pretty long and robust conversation with the Housing Development Working Group about that, and I declined. So I would say I would repeat that again. I wouldn't want to go any deeper. The economics, I got to make the economics work.
Even if it were incentivized, because it is kind of a dense.
Yes, the incentive is good, but it's a one-time incentive. So on the capital cost of building it, it helps the pro forma once, but then I have to carry that deeper affordability in perpetuity.
Right.
And the fixed cost of real estate taxes, insurance, and maintenance, and then capital repairs on the buildings and septic field. I mean, this septic field with an IA is going to be expensive to operate. So it's a nice enticement in the beginning, but I only get to use it once.
Yeah.
And that's the concern I have, of taking the money and giving something up that I then need to carry, forever.
Okay, it's understandable. Thank you.
Ms. Goldstone?
I agree. I would have liked to have seen the percentages of affordable units a little higher. I do appreciate that this is essentially a redevelopment project as opposed to clearing new land. I appreciate the electrical, the focus on electrifying. I may have missed it, but is there a plan for solar? Because electric doesn't help much in terms of carbon footprint if all of that electricity is coming from fossil fuel powered plants.
There is not at present, and the reason being is a technical one. I have a similar site that I'm developing in Norwell, 10 buildings. Tried to put solar on them. Can't link all 10 buildings together into one account. You have to, they can, when you go through the process, everything ends up being a separate application, until you can link multiple buildings together into a single, for lack of a better word, package with the utility companies. It doesn't work.
Will the buildings be solar ready?
Yes, they have to be.
Mr. Brown?
Won't the residents pay the electric bill individually?
Yes, they will.
Okay. So why would you need to link them all together?
Because ultimately you want to generate a fee stream and sell. There's a tax credit opportunity in the solar field that covers the capital costs. So,
but it could still be applied individually, it's just more work, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I'm not planning on putting solar on it at present.
I got you.
Got it.
Madam Chair, I have to make a declaration that I have a second cousin that is a direct abutter and a first cousin that's an indirect abutter and will be not voting on this.
Okay.
Abstaining.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
I have a question about any plans for the screening. I know generally the project is well-designed to not have significant impact on the neighbors that are close by, but there are a couple in the back on the far end, and there's one right next to Sandwich Road that will be pretty significantly impacted. I know you have another whole process to go through with the ZBA, but just curious up front what you have in mind.
And this is on screening?
Yeah, just, whether it's like some trees or...
Yeah, I haven't developed a landscape plan. One of the outputs of the Housing Development Working Group was to look at that. That's really a design I'm at a schematic development stage. If I get green lighted here to file what is called a project eligibility application with the state, and I receive a project eligibility letter back from the state that says it's eligible for the comprehensive permit, during the preparation to file a comprehensive permit, a landscape plan inclusive of
I understand the
screenings
process.
would all occur.
I'm just trying to help early on that, the engagement.
If there are
outreach-
critical, yeah, if there are
Outreach to the neighbors with just thoughts that you
Yes,
might
if there's
throw out there?
critical
could be
areas that ought to be screened for neighborhood, benefit or, direct abutters, we will, yes, the short answer is yes, I will consider it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, early outreach with early ideas could sometimes be
Yep,
helpful.
and it's fair. I mean, I've done a lot of these, and that is an ingredient to get to yes.
Okay, very good, thank you.
I'd just like to say that throughout the process, Mr. Daly has been very cooperative and flexible with the Housing Development Group, made a number of changes, increasing the affordable units from what he originally proposed. So I, for one, am in support of this application and would make a motion that the Select Board vote to endorse the LIP application of Northland Residential Corporation to construct 36 rental units, 13 of which are to be deed restricted as affordable at the property located at 809 Sandwich Road, by sending a letter outlining their approval to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, and by signing the LIP application.
I will second that motion. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
I would just say that I would be in favor of the letter as well, but we still should make mention of the items that were discussed today, screening, solar. Hope those would be included in the letter. Does that sound appropriate, or?
Does that go in the,
I think that may be getting a little bit
I don't
too
think that's
much in the weeds of the
yeah.
particular application, and not necessarily our
we're
jurisdiction.
supporting,
You're
I would,
just supporting the
I would agree
application.
with you, Mr. Muscally, on that. I think that's not our purview. Ours is to support the
But
application, as I
I think the
understand it.
message is clear to the
Yes.
applicant as to what he's going to need to do going forward.
Okay.
And I absolutely agree with both suggestions.
I just
I'm
feel
just
like
not sure
it's
it's appropriate for the letter.
Just something that could be helpful, especially to the affordable units. So,
I hear you.
okay.
So we do have a motion and a second on the table. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4 with
Abstain.
1 abstention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, we're going to move to consider approval of annual license renewals. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to get us back, shave 8 minutes. So the businesses, the licensees, which are listed in your packet this evening, have submitted all the renewal requirements on the checklist, which is also included as a part of your packet. And the licenses are ready to be approved for renewal for calendar year 2025. As you all know, the applications and checklists of all the and containing all the required documents each year are mailed out to the businesses. Madam Chair and Select Board, it's my recommendation that the Select Board approve the annual license renewals for 2025 as presented and as published in tonight's agenda packet. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Thanks.
Well, we do have several letters from abutters of one license holder in East Falmouth that are requesting some relief. I wonder if we might hold that and ask the licensee to come back and address how they might improve their situation.
I think I'd like to kick that over to, I raised the same question, Mr. Brown, so I'd like to kick that over to Town Council
Sure,
for
I'm
some
happy to address
direction.
that. Procedurally, what's before you is simply a renewal. These are done by rote in December of every year, because the licenses are simply annual and they go from January 1 to December 31st. If the Select Board wants to hold a hearing for a disciplinary matter because of complaints that have been received, that is a separate kind of process that needs to be followed. There are due process requirements. Notice has to be sent at least 14 days in advance before a hearing to allow the applicant to come in and answer to the complaints and be able to present their own evidence in support of their own position. This is not that. They are two very separate things that have to remain separate. The only thing that is before the board today is whether to renew these applications. That is it.
Interesting. So if we feel like there might be a problem that's not being addressed, we have the option not to renew, right?
I would not do that.
No?
No, for several reasons. One, it's not on the agenda. What is before you is a renewal. you do have an option to take action, but it is not during the renewal. It is a separate action that you would have to notice. You'd have to send out a request for them to come in. The only action that you can do right now is renew. And part of the renewal process, if the application is complete, then it is automatic. So what you're doing here is really just a ministerial act.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's not to say that you can't take some action, just not tonight.
And I think it's really important what you say about due process. Can't deny, there's been no due process.
Right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll stand by, Madam Chair. Select Board Member Coulson.
I had
Go
a
ahead.
related question, which is whether there has been any formal enforcement action taken regarding these complaints.
So, Madam Chair and Select Board Member Goldstone, yes, Town Manager's Office is aware of the complaints. We recently requested PD to pull records with regards to one or more of these businesses, and we will be prepared to bring, as Town Council mentioned, after proper notice, bring that back to Select Board for further action.
In a noticed public hearing.
Correct. Correct.
Can we
That
also-
due process that
And
Town Council.
I think we've also discussed previously that we can also include our own records, our own emails to the board, rather than just police department records, correct?
So all of the documents and evidence will be submitted as part of the packet and will be available for Select Board to weigh and consider.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Does that
So would it be
answer
I'm
everyone's
sorry.
question? Go ahead.
So that would be classified as a revocation hearing?
It would be a disciplinary hearing. Usually that when the notices go out, you would make the licensee aware of any and all possible ramifications of the hearing. It would include revocation, modification, suspension, cancellation. So
That's just for the record, Martha. Thank you, that's good.
I could keep going.
Yeah.
Okay,
Does that
thank you for
make sense?
clarifying that. I guess so.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion.
I guess I would move approval, given our discussion we just had.
So a motion to approve the 2025 annual license renewals is presented and is published in the agenda packet. Is that your motion?
It
Mr.?
is.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Okay, consider the authorization to pursue state legislation to amend the septic tax credit in Schedule SC from non-refundable to refundable. And I think we have Mr. Layton here to speak to that. Am I correct?
Yes, briefly.
Okay.
Yes, please, yes.
We should probably respond to those residents and explain that to them, right? With the email.
You can use the arrows or the mouse.
Thank you.
She's sitting right here.
I know one person.
Thank you for giving us time to
Yeah,
tell you
there's
about this.
I sit in home.
Go ahead.
I'm
Sorry.
Steve Layton on the Water Quality Committee. The committee has decided we would like your endorsement so that we can lobby our state legislators, work with other towns as well, to make a change to state law that may save Falmouth residents money. Since we are a town committee, all of our efforts would be at no cost to the town. I thought the and I can the page down again. John Kaufman, who is also on our committee, is going to give you all the details. But Peter asked for some background, so I just wanted to show you this map. The whole town consists of about 23,000 parcels. You can nitpick this number, but exact numbers don't matter for the point that I'm about to make. About 5180 have been or planned to be sewered, and about 7,600 are mandated or likely to be mandated for IAs. That's half of the town. A lot of people that don't live in these areas think that maybe it's a few houses over by a few estuaries. It's not. It's half the town. And what John is going to be talking about is something that affects the IAs and the sewers, which are going to cost Falmouth people a lot of money. So I'll turn it over to John.
So our proposal, simply stated, is the Water Quality Management Committee recommends a change in state legislation for the tax credit specific to Massachusetts Department of Revenue Schedule SC septic credit for repairing or replacing a failed cesspool or septic system. The recommended change involves pursuing state legislation to alter the tax credit in Schedule SC from non-refundable to refundable. Whereas a non-refundable tax credit is used to offset or reduce a taxpayer's total tax due, a refundable tax credit is issued to the taxpayer regardless of tax owed. So why are we proposing this? Well, one of the main benefits, we believe, is that a refundable septic tax credit ensures that all eligible Massachusetts residents, regardless of income and tax owed, will be able to claim this credit. And the way the credit works now, if you have eligible expenses when you're upgrading to an IA septic system or hooking up to a sewer, you can take the lesser of the actual expenses, capped at $30,000, times 60%. So the max you can take would be $18,000. And that can be done over 6 years with a max of $4,000 a year. But the way the actual credit applies, being non-refundable, you have to owe the state that money in order to claim the credit. If you don't have a tax burden, you don't owe, you're not going to be able to get the money. So our proposal is to convert this tax credit to a refundable such that even if you can only claim a small amount that you owe the state, you would still get the difference as monies back to you. So this really benefits the lower middle income segment of the population, because when you look at the dynamics, I think the median income, household income is about $90,000 for Falmouth. You put in sort of the various deductions, you're at $80,000, which is basically $4,000 of the 5% tax. So for the people who are below that, they're never going to be able to claim the full $18,000 or $4,000 a year credit. With our proposal, they would. So it really benefits that segment that most needs the money. In addition, the funds for a refundable tax credit are the responsibility of the state, not the town. And if the proposed change to the septic tax law is successful, the need for a subsidy from the town could be correspondingly reduced. So it helps Falmouth, it benefits the lower middle income segment. And I think Doug Brown stated earlier that any program that helps our families with kids on the lower end of the income scale is a good program. So what are the next steps? Well, assuming approval by the Select Board tonight, we would like to move forward with the following proposals to help enact this state tax law change. The first would be to reach out to other towns that are impacted by the Mass TEP requirements for cleaning the nitrogen-sensitive areas and discuss these proposed tax law changes with them. So towns like Mashpee, Barnstable, Sandwich on the Outer Cape, many towns are going to be impacted in a similar way that Falmouth is. But we are the leader in terms of having 14 of the NSAs, of the 30 NSAs on the Cape. So really, I think we're in a position to lead in this front. In addition, we need to talk to local state legislators, David Vieira, Thomas Moakley, Dylan Fernandez, and seek their support and input to the proposed legislation. And this would include recommendations on how best to advance this legislation forward through the legislative process. And then finally, the Water Quality Management Committee would invite the Select Board for what their thoughts on this, how to best proceed and move forward with this legislation, assuming that you support this measure. And at that point, I'll take any questions you might have.
Seems like a no-brainer.
I think it's a great idea, and I would move that we approve the idea and send a letter to our legislators asking for support. I'll read a motion.
I have it right here, Mr. Brown, if you'd like it. I believe it's that one right there.
I make a motion to endorse a change to the septic tax credit to make it refundable, authorize the town manager to draft a letter for select board consideration to be submitted to state legislators and Governor Healy, and authorize representatives of the Water Quality Management Committee to seek support for this legislation from surrounding communities and state legislators.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
If I may, just, has your research indicated any refundable tax credits that are out there currently that are available?
That would apply to this.
Not necessarily apply to this, but that.
Yeah, I mean,
that-
there's, on, I think, Schedule MSC of the Massachusetts Tax Code, there's a listing of the refundable and non-refundable tax credits that are out there. And there's, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 that are considered refundable, but more are non-refundable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thanks for the
Thank
great
you.
idea.
Thank you for your work. Okay. Mr. Renshaw, authorized allocation in American Rescue ARPA funds for the main library window replacements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 4 years ago, the board authorized approximately $200,000 in ARPA, or American Rescue Plan Act funds, for chemical feed upgrades at the Crooked Pond water treatment facility. That project has now been completed, and we were recently told that there's a remaining balance of unused ARPA funds in the amount of $101,011.28. Madam Chair and Select Board, as you know, per federal regulations, these ARPA funds must be obligated by the end of the calendar year 2024, December 31st, meaning the funds must be committed to a project that is currently under contract. The funds must be expended by December 31st of 2026. A bid for the main library window replacement project was very recently completed, opened, and the bid cost exceeded available funding by $43,377 without any allowances for contingencies, which you all know is important. The balance of funds presently available to complete the project is $446,738. The bid price is $490,115. As I just mentioned, it's important to have a contingency built into any project like this. We're adding a 10% contingency of $49,012, bringing the shortfall to $92,389. If approved, the town would spend the $101,011.28 in ARPA funds first, before drawing down any town funds for the library windows project to ensure that all authorized ARPA funds are properly expended. If ARPA funds are not allocated for the replacement project, the scope of the project will need to be reduced and fewer windows will be replaced. And Madam Chair and Select Board, you all know this project is probably 4 years underway, and it's important, in talking to Brian Stokes, the library director, and Peter, the windows, I believe, on the north side of the building are in bad disrepair and need to be replaced. So it's my recommendation that the board vote to authorize the allocation of $101,011.28 in ARPA funds for the main library window replacement project. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions?
Who?
Okay, I would motion to authorize the allocation of $101,011.28 in ARPA funds for the main library window replacement project.
Second.
There you go.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, consider voting to approve a one-year extension on the lease of the Falmouth Country Club Golf Course. And I'm going to kick this over to Mr. Johnson-Staub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the board is aware, this lease expires at the end of this month, and Town Council has advised that the existing lease can be extended by a year with some limited amendments to the financial provisions of the expiring lease. We have had discussions and exchange of proposals with the current operator. They are interested in extending the lease by 1 year, and we have an agreement in principle as outlined in the draft lease agreement that is included in your packet. We did make some progress since the last meeting. The current operator, Troon Sports, has agreed that they will be liable for the full real estate taxes as opposed to a payment in lieu of taxes at a reduced dollar amount. And they have agreed to eliminate the $50,000 equipment contribution that had been part of the expiring lease. in light of the fact that there is $195,000 already allocated for other capital items for the course. The recommendation of the town manager and staff is to authorize the town manager to execute this lease as outlined, and to sign the lease agreement, and to make insubstantial changes to any provisions, which may include amendments to financial provisions that are not greater than 5% of estimated gross revenues. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from the board? Mr. Muscally.
First off, and I say this with all due appreciation for the work of the town manager's office, the assistant town manager. I am disappointed that we are here at the last meeting of 2024 dealing with this matter for lease of a very important town property that expires in 15 days. I have the same comment with respect to item number 10 that's coming before us. I think it's very disappointing that these matters had not been addressed earlier, so that some of the concerns that have been raised throughout might have been able to be addressed in a different manner. That being said, I'm prepared to approve or agree to the extension, but your comments seem to leave open that there is no agreement on what the rental payment is going to be. When you ask for 5% wiggle room, I'm just curious what you think the response of Troon is going to be if we authorize a 5% deduction, what their position is going to be in negotiation.
I just, because of the timing being what it is and we don't have another opportunity to reconvene, I just don't want the board and the town to be in a position that there's some final detail that wasn't anticipated. I don't have a signature on the page, so that's why I'm seeking.
I certainly realize that we do not want to have this course unused and closed. It provides a lot of liability to the town. So I'm in support of it. I would prefer that we not have any 5% reduction and just stick to that gun as it is. And I appreciate your putting together the the financial difference from last year and this year with respect to the threshold computation. I mean, as it is, we're taking a significant hit from what we received last year. I understand from your comments we will still expect to cover the debt service on the property under normal circumstances. So that's certainly good. We're not going to go out of pocket, but I'd personally be more comfortable with just saying, okay, this is it. We've given a lot, and leave it at that. That's just my position.
Mr. Brown.
I would feel a little differently, that I would just do whatever it takes to keep this ball rolling, and keep in mind that we only have 10 years left on the debt service, and I don't think it's time to be trying to worry about extremely maximizing the revenues there. We're already hearing for golfers that are saying, the hours for the residents are getting cut back, the fees are going up, they're a little chipping away at the level of service that the residents are receiving. So obviously there's some financial pressure on the operator. I'd like to see them continue to be successful, and I think in the future, when you do take up negotiations again, maybe we might not want to go with that 25-year. Maybe the 10-year exposes them to less liability. Maybe they'd be more amenable to that. So just future thought for the next round of negotiations. But I would be as generous as possible to keep this thing open and operating and not put pressure on the operator to try to maximize profits in another way.
I guess I would, I agree with both of you to some extent, right? We kind of don't have much option with 15 days left in the lease. I feel like we need to extend the lease, and we need to find something that works. That doesn't mean I want to say, hey, whatever works for you is great, right? We need to still obviously keep the best interest of the town front and center, but I would also just urge that we should be having the discussion about the RFP that did not yield a successful applicant, and figuring out what that course forward is, as soon as possible in the new year, so that we are able to actually successfully, establish a new long-term lease, whether that's 10 or 25 years, but not be in this position again next fall.
That's it for me.
I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to authorize the town manager to execute a one-year lease extension agreement with Troon Sports LLC as submitted, provided that the town manager is authorized to make insubstantial changes to any provisions, which may include amendments to financial provisions that are not greater than 5% of estimated gross golf course revenues, but shall not include a term to exceed 1 year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Reluctantly, aye.
So noted.
Half aye.
Okay. Mr. Renshaw, FY '26 operating budget presentation.
I move approval.
So good evening. Really proud to present, after 18 months, my second operating budget recommendation, proposed budget. This one obviously is for FY '26. As you all know, our charter requires that a comprehensive budget, including town functions and related budget message, a copy of which is included in the packet this evening, be submitted to the Select Board prior to the first day of January of each year, and that the board transmit this budget document to the Finance Committee prior to January 16th. My presentation this evening is divided up into kind of 4 categories. And I'm going to use the next 10 slides to go over these. Guiding principles that were used to develop the budget, the FY '26 budget. We're going to talk a little bit about focus on Select Board strategic plan priorities and how those were interwoven into the FY '26 budget. Discuss and review at a 30,000-foot view, proposed budget expenditures and revenues, and lastly, I'll conclude with next steps. Importantly, I wanted Select Board and the public to know that this process began back on October 2nd, the development of the FY '26 budget. With my FY '26 budget instructions to the department heads, I want to thank all the department heads. Just a tremendous amount of work involved in preparing the budget. Importantly, I want everyone to know that any requests above level funding required a detailed memo to my office, kind of explaining, breaking out the rationale and the justification. We held a series of budget meetings with the department heads, myself, the Assistant Town Manager and Finance Director. Those began on or about October 24th and concluded on or about November 3rd. So with regards to guiding principles, by relying on conservative revenue estimates and avoiding basically unsustainable expenditures, we look to ensure the town's long-term fiscal stability. Within the constraints of sound fiscal management practices, my office is looking to advance Select Board strategic plan priorities. We'll talk a little bit about those in the next couple of slides. Before considering any new services or enhancing existing services, we look to maintain basic level services and infrastructure, avoidance of Prop 2.5 operating override, and lastly, and very importantly, one of the goals, major guiding principles, is to provide increased transparency and community engagement by highlighting the most significant changes from our prior fiscal years. You have a copy, Select Board, at your desk of the FY '26 budget summary, which shows at the department level some of those changes. It's also included in the budget book, and I hope everybody has had a chance to pick up your budget binders in the Select Board office. I want to shift focus to talk about, as I mentioned earlier, the emphasis on strategic plan priorities. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to read through these. We've talked a lot about the 7 elements or components of the Select Board strategic plan. As you all know, strategic plans should be a living document that should be regularly reviewed and updated. Most recently, the Select Board strategic plan was reviewed in August of this year during a workshop and updated and approved in October. The following 5 examples are illustrative of how we are attempting to allocate resources to those one or more of those 7 strategic priority areas. As you all know, each year there's an appropriation made to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. This year, the recommended FY26 budget, I should say, we're recommending $950,000. Low-cost target funding of $89,000 roughly to Building, Planning, and Zoning Board of Appeals. The intent here is to strengthen our planning and permit review for housing, increased, hopefully streamlining that process. Targeted funding to public safety, health and public safety being one of the major key focus areas of the Select Board strategic plan. And this is primarily, as you can see in the budget, in the form of wage adjustments to enhance our recruitment and retention efforts, again, in the area of public safety. Necessary increases in operating expenses in our utilities, water, wastewater, and waste management to maintain services at our current levels is important and one of the guiding principles. And lastly, and again focusing on one of those 7 elements of the strategic plan, financial and economic stability, looking to promote and enhance. This slide is kind of, again, a 30,000-foot overview of revenues. By far, the largest category comprising the portion of the total appropriations is the operating budget. Of the $182,725,337, $173,846 roughly is an operating budget. This represents, Madam Chair and Select Board, an increase of about 5.8%, or $9,561,000 roughly, from the previous fiscal year FY25. We're going to discuss the major drivers of that increase in just a moment. Again, over the next couple of slides, we're going to talk a little bit. I want to really emphasize what the major significant drivers of those increases were in this FY26 proposed budget, with a couple of caveats. Number 1, the debt service has been excluded from this analysis tonight, since the reduction in the FY26 debt service is being offset by a transfer of the Capital and Debt Stabilization Fund. And the second caveat that I want the board to be aware of is that the prior year, FY25, there was a transfer of the Capital Stabilization Fund of about $5.5 million and a corresponding use of free cash. We excluded that from this analysis, again, to not slant or skew the analysis in any way. Okay. On the expense side, there are 3 primary categories that are driving the increases that we're seeing in the FY26, the proposed budget. I'm going to focus on those top 3: wages, employee benefits, and insurance, and education. As you can see, a little over $2.8 million in wages, or about 7.26% increase from FY25 to FY26. And again, that was, a lot of that is as you go through the detailed budget department level is in public safety. Significant investment in wages, salaries in the police department and emergency communications section. Employee benefits and insurance, we're seeing about a 9.8% increase within that category, or about $2.9 million increase from FY25 levels. And to break that out a little bit more and give you a little bit more context, the health insurance increases alone, we're looking at about a 10.5% increase, or about $1.76 million just in the health insurance costs alone rising. And again, that speaks to some of the inflationary pressures. Another kind of breakout, granular breakout of that employee benefit and insurance is retirement contributions. As you all know, those are kind of established and set by the state. We're seeing about an 8% increase in that area, or about $945,000, so just shy of $1 million in retirement benefit contributions. Lastly, again, within the major categories, those 3 major drivers of the increase in the FY26 budget, we're looking at a little shy of 5.5% increase in education, 5.5% with regards to Falmouth Public Schools, and another 3.7% roughly increase in the Upper Cape Regional Technical School, looking at increases in those, and the combination of those are about $3.3 million. Importantly, while this increase is similar to last year at about 5.8% and can be supported by actual revenue collections trends that we're seeing, I want the Select Board to be aware of the fact that similar increases are not likely to be supported or considered to be sustainable in future years unless we identify some additional revenue streams to support those expenditures. This next slide uses, or again, lists the four major components of revenue available to fund the town's operating budget. Those being property tax, state revenue, local estimated receipts, and other available funds. I want to talk a little bit about the property tax. We're proposing a 2.74% increase, or about $3.5 million in property tax. And again, used conservatively, we're estimating about $900,000 in new growth. The number is actually higher, but we're using a conservative estimate in the new growth number of $900,000 within this FY26 proposed budget. Local estimated receipts, I want to touch on that a bit. 19.1% seems like a sizable increase of about $5.2 million. More than half of this increase is from revenue from room excise tax and increases in water collections. Due to the fee increases that were put in place a couple of years ago, we'll see significant increases in collections with regards to water. Motor vehicle excise continues to be strong. I think I mentioned that earlier. In FY24, our actual receipts were about $6.2 million. We're conservatively projecting $4.3 million last year and project the use of about $4.8 million in FY26. On another note, although we're seeing, again, a lot of our revenue streams remaining constant, building permits is not one of those. We're actually seeing a bit of a downward tick in building permits. We're forecasting a downward trend to $2 million compared to about $2.6 million in FY24. With regards to property tax revenues, this slide is really simply meant to provide an overview of the calculations used to derive the total taxable amount. Again, listing the base levy, the prior year's estimated levy limit of $119,987,000. That 2.5% increase in the base levy. I mentioned the conservative use of $900,000 in new growth estimate yields that total taxable amount of $132,204,714. So I'm recommending tonight that the Select Board, after discussion, vote to transmit this FY26 budget to the Finance Committee. As you know, the Select Board votes to send the recommended budget with or without amendments to the Finance Committee on or before January 16th. The Finance Committee then turns around and does a very extensive review, interviews with department heads and whatnot of the recommended budget. Importantly, the Finance Committee is scheduled to begin these series of 10 meetings on January 8th. So they'll go from January 8th, and I believe they're weekly meetings, all the way up through and including March 12th. Madam Chair and Select Board, in closing, I want to thank the Assistant Town Manager, our Finance Director, and all the department heads for their dedication and thoughtful collaboration during the entire process, again, which began in early October, in the development of this proposed FY26 budget. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions, comments? Mr. Brown?
Mr. Renshaw, how do you see us funding the Affordable Housing Fund if we have the $950? Are we going to be targeting some other sources like CPC again? Because I think we agreed that we should probably expect to spend about $4 million a year. So I'm just curious of what you see on the horizon for that.
So I know that typically the $1.5 million request, I think, was made most recently to the CPC for affordable housing.
Right.
Again, looking, because in talking to the chair of the CPC, I know there's a lot of, this year, obviously, there's a lot of applications for a very kind of reduced amount available.
Right.
So it's very competitive, hyper-competitive. I think we're going to have to kind of look strategically and try to kind of leverage the best way we can those funds.
I'm sorry for the curveball question, but I just noticed it tonight.
The difference between the two, roughly $1 million or so, $2.3 million and the $4 million is significant. So how to make up that difference, we're going to have to put our heads together and strategize how best to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Muscali?
Yeah, and you mentioned it in your summary, the extra $12,000 or so that you were allocating to help with the housing office. And I'm just wondering, I, for one, was hoping that we might have found some
money to assist the housing coordinator. You know, housing is the biggest problem we face here in town. We have heard of, you know, workflow issues in that office, and I'm sorry that we can't find, you know, in a $175 million budget, you know, some more money to help with the housing coordinator and what she's doing.
That's a great question. So, Madam Chair and Select Board Member Muscali, we're actually looking at that now, trying to find some support going into FY26 for the housing coordinator, some admin support to take some of that weight and that load. Because it is a lot of work, so we're looking to do that in this budget.
All right, thank you. Good to hear.
Great.
Ms. Goldstone?
Yeah, so you were talking about trends in growth and what's driving the growth in the operating budget this year, and noted that continued growth at this rate would not be sustainable. But I'm curious whether, given how big a driver salaries and benefits are in that growth, and the fact that we've done a lot of hiring and also a lot of updating of contracts to make our compensation more competitive, whether you would anticipate similar growth in salaries and benefits going forward.
That's a great question. It really is. So, you know, in conversations, what Falmouth does is shortly, it becomes I hate the term, but the nuclear arms race, so to speak, of salary. And what we do is followed closely by other communities that we're, you know, competing with, quite honestly. I think the position that we're in, I can speak specifically to public safety, at least the police side of things, right, and emergency communications. I think the moves that we made placed us in a very strong position, which I think is going to probably carry us through for a time. I wish I had that crystal ball, and I don't. I'm trying to answer the question, but it's going to be a challenge because trying to attract well-qualified officers and emergency telecommunicators, dispatchers, and keep them is a challenge for not only Falmouth, but the other Cape communities as well. But to answer your question as directly as I can, I think the position, due to the work that my office put in and the police department and working with James Thomas, the emergency communications director, I think we're in a much stronger position, and I think that's going to serve us well for the next couple of years, perhaps. I don't want to put a time on it, but I guess I just did. I think we're in a stronger position now, making that investment, strategic investment in salaries and wages, attracting, and as everybody knows, the police department is fully staffed for the first time in 8 or 9 years. So that's a direct result of that work that went into those negotiations.
Any other questions or comments?
I guess just one other, you know, just going through the summary and noting your comment that any increase above level funding required justification, and there are definitely a few cases here where what was requested and what's ending up being recommended, there's a significant difference, and I'm curious if for some of those large differences you could highlight what it was that our departments maybe wanted to do that we're not able to do with this budget this year. So
obviously, with regards to salaries, I mean, that's a big piece of it, is you look at a couple of those departments where you see the sizable increases. Peter, can you think of any specific examples with regards to some of the operating expense increases that we saw, that not salary related?
Right. So we had some additional staffing requests for the fire department, for example, that we were not able to fund. Trying to remember, I think we had additional requests from the ZBA office that we did not, we were not entirely able to support, although there is an increase in ZBA. It wasn't the full amount that was requested. And there are other examples of that.
So in talking to Chief Laurie, thank you for jogging my memory. The police department did request some additional officers. I think we tried to address some of Chief Laurie's and Deputy Chief Lowen's kind of priorities in other ways by increasing overtime. They've got some we've talked a lot, and rightfully so, about traffic enforcement, and that's one of the priorities of Chief Laurie. So trying to identify and appropriate some funds, additional overtime monies, rather than hire new officers. As you all know, the police department did an internal kind of staffing study. I want to kind of back that up with a third-party study as well. But rather than fund the 3 or 4 new positions that the chief was requesting, we decided to try to attack that in another way by some additional overtime funds to kind of supplement their budget. I know community relations is a big emphasis of Chief Laurie's as well, so that's another area where we tried to. Emergency communications, there was a request for 3 new dispatchers. We didn't feel the timing was right for that. We're just about fully staffed. We've got about 6 and 2 in the training pipeline, so that'll bring us to 8 of the 9 authorized positions in emergency communications. There was a request to add 3 new positions to bring it up to a total of 12 authorized FTEs. We didn't feel the timing was right for that, so we addressed it in another way by adding some additional per diem monies to get folks that are already trained from other agencies to come in and kind of augment or supplement our emergency communications. We found that over the past 12 months or so, unfortunately, it's something that we've had to rely on more heavily than I think everybody would like, but we found it to be an effective way to fill in those gaps.
Thank you.
There must be things other than positions that departments have recommended or asked for. And I'm sure that if they were sent back or something, they'd have to be reprioritized.
So I can speak to some of the increases, the operational increases, and I don't have the exact number, $275,000 to $300,000 increases in IT, information technology, just driven by cost increases. There's a big emphasis, as you know, Don Lewis, our IT director, is putting a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity, and those platforms to protect our infrastructure, our cyber infrastructure, are getting more costly. So a lot of those costs.
Just in time, though, because, boy, the hackers are really active.
They are, yeah. And speaking from somebody that came from an agency that was attacked, and I know that the pain and the hours of trying to get out from underneath that, having those security protocols and the platforms in place to protect you on the front end is important.
Great.
Any other questions or comments?
I just appreciate the thorough explanation of the budget in the packet, too.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, we are going to move on to number 10, discuss and consider the approval of a 3-year lease agreement between the town and Woods Hole, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket Steamship Authority.
Madam Chair? I'm sorry, but there is an action item there. I didn't know if the board was prepared tonight to vote to transmit the budget with or without amendment.
It wasn't listed as such on the.
It actually, it's in the recommendation to.
Okay. You know, I thought it was, I was a little bit confused by the dates, the January 16th, January 8th. So you're asking for a vote to transmit this to the FinCom. Is that correct?
So, Madam Chair, my recommendation, if the board doesn't have any additional questions or amendments, my recommendation would be to vote to transmit the proposed FY26 budget to the Finance Committee. Chairman Schwegel is anxious to get started, and I think the sooner he's able to distribute the packets and get his committee members engaged, the better. However, as last year, I think it was last year, there is an opportunity. As I said earlier, I had to present this budget to you by the 1st of the year. Select Board has until January 16th, technically, and we have one meeting in between January 6th. So if the majority of the board would prefer to wait until the January 6th, I'd prefer not, but that is an option.
Okay, I just didn't see it on the agenda, so I didn't know that we can vote to move it forward. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
I wouldn't be, I'm not inclined to suggest changes that we vote, but I'd like to just give them the heads up that if they can find a way to increase that funding for affordable housing or the position of the housing coordinator as an advice, but the sooner they get it, the better.
I would agree with that. I would agree that they need to get it sooner rather than later.
I don't have any creative suggestions of where the money would come from if we were to increase it.
I guess I would, you said the first meeting is on the 8th. I know that doesn't give them a lot of heads up if we vote on the 6th, but they're not acting on it before the 6th. And given that it's a 1.5-inch thick binder, I would prefer to have the time to go over the budget in more detail before we transmit.
I would transmit it as presented.
I mean, we
To the
can always
FinCom.
go to their meeting and say.
We can always go and,
I noticed
yeah.
something.
I think it cuts them way too short, but.
Is that a motion?
My motion would be to transmit the FY26 budget to the Finance Committee to allow the committee to begin its important work, review work in a timely manner.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries 4-1. Sure. Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson-Staub, for catching that. Discuss and consider the approval of a 3-year lease agreement between the town and the Woods Hole, Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket Steamship Authority for the Church Street parking lot. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, our current lease of the Church Street parking lot, which is actually the fourth amendment to an agreement that was executed back in 2015, expires the end of this month, December 31st. At the recommendation of Town Council and in preparation for the development of the attached draft agreement, which you have to be considered tonight, we authorized and had a real property appraisal conducted of the 4.84 plus or minus acre parcel. Clancy Appraisal Company completed that appraisal in June of this year. The appraisal report listed the market value as of June 5th of this year at $2.2 million. The appraisal also established the annual fair market rents based upon a sales comparison approach and elements of an income approach at $198,000 annually. Madam Chair and Select Board, of the past several years, and I think this is important, rather than receiving an annual rent payment from the authority, the town had agreed to a 25% revenue share of the permits, parking permits. They were paid in quarterly installments. Since I've been here, I know there were some questions expressed and some consternation and frustration about whether or not the information was accurate in terms of the reporting. I had several meetings last year with Mr. Davis, Bob Davis, with the Steamship Authority, and he's got the documentation. It's Excel spreadsheets, and I didn't include those in your packet. But it was my belief that going back to the previous model, back in 2000, where the town received an annual rent payment based again on the fair market appraised value, was the way to go. And to give you some context, I mentioned the Clancy appraisal. The fair market rent was established at $198,000 annually, based upon this 25% revenue receipt share with the Steamship Authority, the town getting 25 and the authority getting 75. I had the office staff check last year, well, I should say in 2023, total receipts based upon this revenue share were about $79,000 we took in throughout all 4 quarters. That's the entire year. I'm told that we're up slightly. For the 2024 numbers, through 3 quarters, we're at about $82,000, $83,000, but still, as you can see, substantially lower than that fair market rent of $198,000. So, Madam Chair and Select Board, with this new agreement, I'm recommending that the town return again to this previous model, which was established, I think, back in 2000. The change was due to a 2002 to 2003 shift, where there was a piece of property on Blacksmith Shop Road that the town was interested in acquiring that the steamship owned. We departed from this, I think at the time it was $150,000 roughly annual rent payment. We decided to, rather than pay the land, we gave the authority a credit of about $150,000 over a 10-year period, I believe, to offset the cost of that land. So there's a legitimate purpose for it. I think that purpose has since left. There is really no justification in my mind to continue that revenue share model. On December 10th, representatives of the authority and the town met to discuss the terms and provisions of the proposed lease agreement, which had previously been drafted with the assistance of Town Council. Importantly, and Select Board recalls this, the first week of October, I set up meetings, individual meetings, or myself and 2 of you, to kind of go over the draft agreements. So that was the first week in October. Because quite honestly, it was a departure from how we had been doing things for the past 20 years. So I want to make sure that the Select Board was, in essence, comfortable with shifting the model to this annual rent payment. To summarize the major provisions of the draft agreement that you have before you tonight, the term of the agreement would be for a period of 3 years, beginning January 1 of 2025 and terminating midnight December 31st of 27. There is a clause or provision in the draft that the term could be extended for an additional 2 years upon mutually agreed upon amendments by both parties, obviously. The Steamship Authority, as I mentioned, would pay the town the amount of $195,000 annually, which represents the fair market value of the property for use as a parking lot. Importantly, Madam Chair and Board, the town's original draft agreement presented to the authority stipulated an annual fair market rent of $200,000. What we discovered during the negotiations with the authority is that the appraisal that Mr. Clancy performed assumed 45 of the original 280 spots were set aside for village permit parking. That number is actually 50 parking spaces are set aside for village parking for the employees. And importantly, I want the select board to know that I, several months ago, had a meeting with the Woods Hole Village Association presidents and a couple of the officers, where it was reiterated to me the importance of maintaining those 50 village permit parking spots. That's a huge value to the businesses in Woods Hole. So this agreement, again, retains that 50 village permit parking spots. So again, I wanted to explain the difference between how we went from 198 down to 195. My initial ask in the draft was 200,000. We just backed off $5,000 to allow for those, the delta, the difference of 5 parking spaces. The other major provision, the authority agrees to continue its practice of limiting the use of the lot almost entirely to Woods Hole, year-round and seasonal parking permit holders. This is important because shortly after that meeting a couple of months ago with the Woods Hole Village Association president, had a meeting with a couple other residents in Woods Hole, and asked them kind of for, what is important in your minds. And I was told that making sure that it's for primarily the uses for year-round and seasonal permit parking versus the come and go, again, quality of life impact on the Woods Hole neighborhood. They wanted to make sure it was seasonal or year-round parking, primarily. As I mentioned, the 50 spaces, and we kind of illustrate those in Exhibit A, which DPW was kind enough to prepare, are going to continue to be designated, again, for use by village permit holders. As you all probably know, this is managed through a separate agreement with the Woods Hole Business Association. And as I stated, they indicated that at a minimum, they want to see those 50 retained. So that was important going into the negotiations with the authority. Lastly, the authority shall not be responsible for the paving or repairing conditions of the lot not caused by the authority's use of the lot, or they would not be required to make any structural repairs to the lot. That would be on the town. The authority will be required to allow public, bicycle, and pedestrian foot traffic across the lot, the property owned by the authority, and not owned by the town on passageways it designates, and be required to apply annually all the necessary pavement markings to delineate the bike path on their property. And Madam Chair and Select Board, quite honestly, in the year and a half I've been here, and I walk the path quite a bit on the weekends. I know there's been a lot of comments about trash and whatnot. In discussions recently with Mr. Davis, they've agreed to install additional trash containers. I'm not saying there's no trash, but those times on the weekends that I've gone through, I haven't seen a lot of trash accumulation. I do think it's important that the town be responsible for making those improvements to the marking, the pavement markings on the town-owned property. Quite honestly, that's the way that I can ensure the job gets done. And I've had discussions with Peter McConerty, the DPW director, and I think going forward, we make sure that those markings, the safety markings on the town-owned property are maintained by the town, including the painting of the parking stalls within the town-owned property, and require the authority to make all of the safety paintings, markings, and whatnot on the authority's property. So this agreement kind of memorializes that understanding as well. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions from the board?
If I
Mr.
may,
Muscala.
one of the questions that has pervaded the emails that we have all received was if there is any special demarcation of what the funds that we receive from the lease, are they just part of the general treasury, or are they somehow utilized for, Woods Hole or the parking lot or anything like that?
Yeah, so currently there is no demarcation or kind of designation, I should say, for the use of those funds, although I have had some discussions about, and I know there's been some interest in the past about use of embarkation funds. I think it's on the table and can be discussed. Right now, as it's currently proposed, I think that those funds would just be deposited into the general fund. But I think there's an opportunity for us to examine how those funds could be used. in other ways.
Mr. Brown, and then Ms. Goldstone?
Also, we've had comments that indicate that there's a possibility that might be a flaw in the appraisal where we might want to investigate the curb cut that might be in place at Nobska Road, which goes to the back corner of the lot. Apparently, the lot runs all the way to Nobska Road, and I haven't seen it myself, but I've been told that there's actually already a curb cut there, and it's just been, the property's been allowed to grow over, and of course, it would have to be cut in again to actually create that real access. But if that's accurate, and I'd like to have that confirmed, we might be undervaluing the entire appraisal, because it's based on, landlocked other than access from Steamship Authority. And I would like to see us just go for a year and get back to Mr. Clancy. Maybe GIS can be more helpful and, get an overview of if there's really more value there. I'd like to see us get it. And also, we're having a lot of people that are sending us emails saying, please don't even give them a lease. I don't agree with that, but I think the 3-year might be too generous, because we might be undervaluing it.
I know, Heather, you?
No, you're up. I was actually going to ask, a number of people had asked about only doing a 1-year extension, and would be curious to hear what you feel the benefit of the 3-year lease is from the town perspective versus a shorter-term lease.
And if I may, I'll just say that I feel the same way as Mr. Brown and Ms. Goldstone. I'm very much impressed by the emails that we have received. I think a 1-year lease is maybe a better way to approach it, to deal with the issue of the landlocked and the appraisal. Personally, I think we're doing pretty well, getting the $200,000 based on what we were receiving in the past. Thinking that, if things change, the residents are gonna end up paying a lot more money possibly, and I'm not sure that's the best solution either. But more importantly are the concerns that have been raised, and I think we'll hear before the night is through from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee about some of the safety issues that continue there at the junction of the end of the bike path and the parking lot, and whether things are painted properly and if the signage is done. So I would have to agree that I would prefer to see this be a 1-year lease.
Go ahead.
I vehemently disagree with all three of you, given the fact that we've gone without this revenue for so long. We're characterizing it on the wish of 1 year, which is $200,000. In essence, what they're proposing is a guaranteed $600,000 over 3 years. What if we go back to the table next year and get less? Or takes the whole year to come up with another deal that takes us beyond that, and then we fall back into what was described as a letdown of this department not getting something in on time. I think this is a sure thing. I think it's a 3-year, $600,000 win that we haven't been enjoying. It allows us to maintain our property with striping and other things. I think a year comes and goes so in a fleeting moment. I'm not prepared to throw $600,000 away with a guaranteed 3-year deal.
I just want to clarify that I was actually asking a question, not expressing an
Oh,
opinion
I'm
here
sorry.
on 1 versus 3 years, and would still like to hear from the town manager, his thoughts on that.
So
I'm a little troubled by us questioning the appraisal. I have a little bit of an issue with that, and in questioning whether the appraisal was done well or is appropriate. That, to me, doesn't settle well.
10 years is too long of a term, and that was, I was upfront and very clear with Mr. Davis. I think initially there was some interest in extending. I'll be honest with you, at one point the draft had a 5-year. In negotiations with the authority, we reduced that down to 3. That was tied to perhaps not only the new director coming on board next year, but also completion of the terminal construction building. I think they wanted, the authority on their side wanted to kind of see where we're at in 3 years. 10 years is too long of a term. I think, importantly, and the lesson learned that I won't forget is that we need to do routine appraisals to establish the fair market value of that land. It's an oddly shaped parcel. Again, 4.8 acres, but the actual usable space being designated, or I should say, being used by the authority is less than that, 4.06, I believe, acres, that they're using for parking. And again, I think Clancy Appraisals did a good job of capturing that. So I understand the public sentiment about trying to somehow tie this to the incoming new director, perhaps, and future negotiations. I'd be happy to look into the whether the property is technically legally landlocked. I believe it is. I think I know that road. It's more of a path off of Nobska. I've actually been on it. It's bollarded off. It's basically vehicle traffic can't access it. There's a bollard on it. I think wastewater uses that to access one of their, lift stations or some equipment in that area. But I don't think it's technically considered an access. So I think Mr. Clancy got that part of the appraisal right. I think it is technically a landlocked piece of property. But the other concern I would have is that, ironically, coincidentally, the Steamship Authority is meeting tonight to consider the draft, which again, just last week, we had a chance to sit down with Mr. Davis and their attorney. Town council was with me, as well as the DPW director. So I don't know, taking it back to any kind of 11th hour changes, what impact that might have if they, and the concern, let me cut to the chase, is if we don't have an agreement in place, we would have to get with our liability insurance carrier, Maya, to find out what kind of an impact that would have, because right now the current agreement that we have that expires at the end of this month has some provisions that protect both parties from lawsuit, personal injury. If that expires, then we have no such agreement, and I'm a little bit considerate about that liability, that exposure that the town might have. So again, I understand the I guess to a certain extent, why push this into 3 years, why not just do a one-year deal? I think importantly, we need to time future renewals on appraisals to get a better sense of the actual fair market value, because it's only going to go up. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. A big concern, if we don't take any action, what happens in a couple of weeks if we stall and we don't have an agreement in place. There's 250 plus vehicles. I know that because the parking lot was pretty full on Sunday when I walked through it. What do we do with those vehicles? Do we have them removed? Because they have no legitimate right to be on the property. So those are some of my concerns.
I'm stuck. Who reviewed the appraisal? Did anybody in town hall, do we look at that appraisal?
So yes, I have a copy of the appraisal. Town council has a copy of the appraisal. Yes.
And I'm assuming that town council, looking at the appraisal, has an opinion that the appraisal was done appropriately and legally and accurately.
I have no reason to question the legitimacy of the appraisal at all.
And that's kind of where I'm stuck, that we're questioning someone we hired to do an appraisal, to give us a fair market value, and we're sitting here saying, well, we don't know if it's a good appraisal. I have an issue with
Just to
with
clarify, I didn't say that I had an issue with the appraisal per se. In fact, I said that I thought we were getting a good rental based upon that appraisal, and much better than we had done in the past. All I said was, if someone wants to look at it, there would be some time to look at it.
I'm not speaking to your comment either, Mr. Muscat. I'm speaking more to Mr. Brown's, that there was a piece that perhaps wasn't looked at, or
I'm asking
that to me is, I don't know. Why would we hire somebody that, I'm just questioning, why would we hire somebody that?
It could be something that might have been overlooked.
I know Clancy did the appraisal for what this is worth, Madam Chair and Board. Clancy did the last appraisal 9 years ago, I believe. I don't know how deeply that report was vetted, but it was the same company that did the appraisal.
I'm just stuck on that one piece.
Can I just ask another question for clarification? I think, Mr. Renshaw, what you're saying is that with regards to some of the emails that we've gotten with concerns about bike and pedestrian safety, that you feel with this lease and our ability to do pavement markings, perhaps signage, that those may be concerns that with this lease, we can, as a town, address on the town property without, that would not be a provision of the lease to address those concerns.
Yes, Select Board Member Goldstone, I think a lot of it, I can't speak for the members of the Bike and Pedestrian Committee, but having met with them, I think a lot of the concerns that they expressed to me last year when we did this kind of one-year holdover that were about to expire was on the authority property and their failure or reluctance to follow through on what they were required to do, those markings, the reflective paint and the cross markings. So it was on the authority side of the property. And quite honestly, my intent going forward is to continue to work with Mr. Davis for the time that he's in the position in that office, and whoever the replacement happens to be, establish that relationship going forward so that we have a, and again, I brought it to Mr. Davis's attention with regards to some of the pavement markings. We debated whether or not there were adequate no idling signs, I'll be honest with you. We went down there independently and counted them. He was late. May 15th is the date in this current agreement, as it is in the proposed draft, for them to do their maintenance work on their property. They were late this year. They were. But when I brought it to his attention, it got some movement. I think it's the onus is going to be on my office to make sure that we're holding the authority to task and making sure that they're following through on their commitments, and hold their feet to the fire, so to speak, with regards to.
And that has been a big frustration with them potentially not living up to their part of the agreement in terms of safety and signage and.
It's not just this. I mean, this is the only thing that's on the agenda, but there's a myriad of.
Right, but this is what's on the agenda, and this is what we're looking at. But I don't disagree with you, Mr. Brown, but I think we need to stick with what's on the agenda.
Yeah, and I'll say I understand the sentiment that this is the leverage we have to try to address some of those other issues, but I will say, and Mr. Muscali, as you mentioned earlier, right, this is another example of a lease that's up in 2 weeks, and as you've just said, Mr. Renshaw, we're kind of in a bind. If we were to go back to the drawing board, we end up without a lease, and so would certainly not want to do a one-year lease and end up in that same position, and to not end up in that position, we would be back negotiating this lease in 6 months, and I don't really see what would change in a 6-month period. There won't be new leadership at the Steamship Authority in 6 months. I think to Mr. Zielinski's point, this is a significant increase in revenue. It is guaranteed revenue. I think there's actually an argument to be made that having a standing, stable agreement as new leadership comes in is actually a benefit rather than renegotiating a lease with brand new leadership. And so I think this gives us that, and appreciate the points that you've made, Mr. Renshaw, both about being able to address some of the safety concerns on our property and just the paying attention to the fact that this hadn't been updated in a while, that we need to be doing those regular assessments and ensuring that we are getting fair market value for that land and having an opportunity to assess our options on a regular basis.
I also think that there was a lot of work that went into preparing this. I don't think it was, quite frankly, I don't think it was last minute. I think this has gone on for months. I think the board was met with by the town manager's office individually, so we all knew the bones of this. I don't think it was last minute, and I think that's a real negative comment to the town manager's office when there was a lot of work that went on prior to him meeting with us individually in October.
With all due respect, Madam Chair, and I said that I appreciated all the hard work that was done, my concern more is that the public did not have the knowledge or the notice that we had as to what was going on. And here we are, on December 16th, and we have received, a boatload, no pun intended, of emails from concerned residents that I think it would have been better if this had been out there sooner, so that we could have, heard those and maybe, listened a little bit better, maybe had a little bit more opportunity to to go back to the Steamship Authority. I'm certainly concerned about what would happen, as Mr. Renshaw points out, if everything fell apart and we have 250 cars there, and what that's going to mean going forward. Again, the same issue we have with the golf course. So, I would like to, there are people here who I do think would like to speak to the issue, and certainly like to hear from them.
Yes, and as long as it's new information that has not come from our emails.
That's your determination as
So
the
if
chair
there
to make
is someone that would
determination.
like to speak on this matter, that has not sent us an email, that is new information, that would be great. Yes, sir.
My name is Paul Sylvia, and I'm on the board of the directors of the Friends of the Falmouth Bikeway. This lease got to me last Thursday, and some background information was supplied. And one of the major things that our board is concerned with is the fact that there was a request by the DPW of the Steamship Authority to divert their cars up Chowdhury Road and off to town, and that is very important because the way the buses come out of the parking lot now, it's just a total bottleneck, and it's an accident waiting to happen with those buses coming right out on Railroad Avenue and up the hill. It would be much safer if those buses exited on Chowdhury Road and then took right off up to town. And so I don't know why that was not put in the lease with the Steamship Authority. I don't know who did the negotiations with Department of Public Works, but I think they're on the right track of making the whole area down there a lot safer. And we'd like to stop this in its tracks, but that's not realistic. 1 year is, and I think little things like that add up. Actually, it's not a little thing, it's a big thing. There's children right there that are running around, there's an ice cream stand there, and people just going out into the street, and these buses coming out. I think that we need to have something in that lease that says they're not going to have the buses coming out the way they do now, and they have to exit on Chowdhury.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
I did email Bill to new information.
Great.
Hi, Catherine Jansen. I'm Chair of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. I'm also on the board of Friends of Falmouth Bikeways, and I'm an advisory board member for Vision Zero, which is a Cape Cod-wide initiative to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injury for car drivers, bicyclists, pedestrians, and workers. In 2024, calendar 2024, 350,000 trips have been taken so far on the Shining Sea Bikeway. That's an increase over 302,000 in 2023. Our concern is simply that our town does not have much leverage with the Steamship Authority. That lot itself, some paint, some signs, the lot itself is not really a big safety issue. There aren't that many parking spaces, cars can't really speed. The safety issue is this SSA lot and Railroad Avenue and Water Street and Luscombe. And the SSA lot, what Paul is referring to, is the shuttle buses exit Railroad. That's where the bike path shoots you out, right there on Railroad. And I've personally seen families with little kids like, oh, jump up on the curb. So my question would be, what number is a life worth? 600,000, it's an excellent point. It's financially responsible. But what can we do to get some leverage with the Steamship Authority, get them to hire a traffic management engineer and solve the chaos that exists in the lot on Railroad Avenue and on Luscombe? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this highlights the inability of us to really effectively work with them as a whole, you know?
State authority.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, you looking for a motion? Are we done talking?
Is there any other discussion?
Well, I still like the one-year idea and try to come up with a better solution, so that's my feeling.
And the risk is that they took it to their meeting tonight, correct?
Correct. That's my understanding is their meeting.
And it's
this
listed
evening.
as 3 years.
Correct.
Can I also just
Oh,
speak
please.
to that? I was just looking at my email, and we started working on this lease in November of '23. If we do one-year leases, we're just gonna be working on it all the time. It is absolutely inefficient to do one-year leases from just a workflow standpoint. And even 3 years, when you're talking about a lease, is pretty short. This has a 3-year plus with the option of an extra 2 years, but that was written that way because the terminal should be completed in 3 years. The thought of continually working on this lease for the next 3 years with one-year leases is disturbing.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Make a motion to approve the lease agreement by and between the town of Falmouth and Woods Hole, Martha's Vineyard, and Nantucket Steamship Authority as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
I'm just not happy with it.
More discussion.
Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to vote no because
Okay.
I'm so frustrated with the Steamship Authority.
Vote no as well.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, discuss and consider voting the 2025 Select Board meeting calendar. We've looked at this a couple of times. Does anyone find any other issues with the calendar for the 2025 year?
Can we just highlight the changes? Has there been major changes? or just
So
a
I can
couple
talk about a
holidays?
few of the major changes, and I want to thank Select Board Member Goldstone for pointing this out. And I'll focus on September, the month of September in the original draft. Had us meeting on September 22nd, which is Rosh Hashanah. That was an error. That never should have happened. I also want to thank Assistant Town Manager for going through and finding a calendar that lists all of the major holy days and incorporating that as a base on this calendar so that we avoid that error from happening again. So major challenges, yeah, we moved the September meetings to avoid Rosh Hashanah. Peter, there was an October meeting too, right? That was an issue.
Yeah, September, October, one of those.
Yeah,
October,
so in
September.
October, we're meeting 2 in a row, that's fine.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't think the 2 in a row was as much of an issue as making sure that we weren't.
There's a couple of back-to-backs that
we
this is gonna, it's just a function of, holidays, state recognized holidays and federal holidays and major holy days. And that's resulted in trying to avoid all of those in some back-to-back meetings. But Peter and I think that, it's doable. It has an impact on Select Board too, I realize that. But in terms of the workload, there's a couple of instances of back-to-back meetings that we think are doable.
We also had a community member or two reach out to us, thankfully,
Yes.
and give us some input, so that was really helpful.
Right. Yeah, I think October 6th was the date in October that we had originally on the original draft, and that's another Jewish holiday that we wanted to avoid.
Yeah.
Or holy day, I'm sorry, not holiday, holy day.
Yeah. I want to thank the town manager's office for the responsiveness and finding that calendar. And I would make a motion to approve and adopt the calendar year 2025 Select Board meeting calendar as discussed and presented in the packet.
I'll second Ms. Goldstone's motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the 2025 Select Board meeting calendar. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, discuss and consider vote to approve the Beach Committee's recommendation to create a mobile food vendor bid process. Mr. Renshaw?
Okay, first off, Madam Chair, thank you. I want to thank the Beach Committee for its presentation on October 21st. I think we have a copy of that presentation in your board package this evening as a reference point. So many thanks to the Beach Committee and the work and the hours that they put in. As you all know, the Beach Committee on October 21st made the recommendation that mobile food services at the following beaches: Old Silver Public, Old Silver Residential or Permit, Surf Drive, and Falmouth Heights for 7 days a week, 12 weeks of the season, with a minimum of 3-week period or rotation for vendors, 4 vendors per season, 8 hours of operation per day. So shifting the model from the stationary concession buildings to an all-mobile food vendor model. Maintaining the present operation of a mobile ice cream vendor at all Falmouth beaches. I understand that mobile ice cream vendor, there were a previous RFP for mobile food vendor, and is it Perry's Ice Cream? Was awarded that bid. So one of the Beach Committee recommendations is to maintain the present operation of that mobile ice cream vendor at all of the beaches. Adding a mobile morning coffee service at locations and times that serve the public's needs, which I thought was interesting, for a service not otherwise offered by another vendor at any one of the locations. Provide mobile food service for the beaches not included above during regular beach hours scheduled to be determined. Madam Chair and Select Board, in past years, as I just mentioned, the town has awarded contracts through competitive bid process to stationary food concession vendors for the following fixed locations: Surf Drive, Old Silver Resident Beach, and Old Silver Public. In addition, there's a solicitation done for mobile beach concessions. Wasn't very specific because it's Perry's Ice Cream that has that current, or had that current contract. Falmouth Heights, Minot, Chappaquoit, Megansett, Woodneck, and Gru's Pond. Importantly, and I wanted to emphasize this, the Beach Committee stated that they spent considerable time, and they did, researching vendor interest of mobile food vendor operators and compiled information regarding the space available at each location. A lot of that space location-specific information was included in your packet. I think there were questions asked about kind of the data, the quantifiable kind of data as far as the need, or, have residents been surveyed? That was not produced during the October 21st presentation, but there were some comments, anecdotal, made that there was support. Select Board has received a couple of emails recently, I think over the weekend, from a couple of residents indicating that they would support the model of all mobile food vendors. In support of its recommendation, the Beach Committee points to the vulnerability of the Surf Drive bathhouse to flooding and subpar conditions of the existing stationary concession structures at all 3 of the locations, and a need for, quote, sustainable and consistent, end quote, food service at our beaches. Madam Chair and Select Board, I'm acknowledging the fact that we do need to plan for food services without fixed structures in the future. That's a given. Clearly, we all know this, the current structures could not be replaced in the current locations without elevating the buildings, putting them on stilts, so to speak. However, in discussions with facilities maintenance personnel, we feel like there's some additional functionality left in the current 3 fixed concession buildings. I don't feel that there has been any compelling evidence or reason to vacate the existing fixed food concession structures in the upcoming beach season. I'll say this, so I've been here for 18 months and a couple of beach seasons. We have some issues that we're working through. Beach Department's done a great job making some improvements, looking at staffing, looking at how we issue, becoming more efficient, more streamlined in how we issue beach permit stickers. I'm here to tell you, last beach season, my office, it was like a turnstile. There were a lot of unhappy folks that couldn't get their beach stickers issued fast enough. I'm really wanting to focus our efforts and attention on fixing those things in-house that we could do better, rather than looking in 2025 at this across-the-board model shift to an all-mobile food vendor scenario. again, I think there's some elements of our current operation that we need to fix in-house before we look at broader enhancements or improvements to service. We need to do those things better that we do year in and year out, in my mind. And I talked about a couple of those, issuing beach stickers more efficiently so people aren't waiting. Some of the stuff that you heard in some of the fee schedule changes are meant to incentivize people to not wait until the last minute, get their beach sticker before April 15th. That's perfect. That's what I'm talking about. And again, we've had some discussions, as I think I've indicated earlier, with facilities maintenance personnel that the buildings, although they're nearing their end of life, they're still functional and usable. So, Madam Chair, Select Board, absent some compelling reason to replace the fixed food concessions immediately, as in the upcoming 2025 beach season, I'm recommending Select Board authorize the following as a means of transitioning, literally transitioning, to a future all-mobile food vendor model, recognizing and acknowledging the fact that end of life of the current fixed concession stands are approaching us, but allowing for a transition period. And I'll just kind of outline what those are. A bid for fixed food concessions for the same 3 locations for 2025, the same being the existing Old Silver Public, Old Silver Private, and
but there'll be a competitive bid for those 3 sites?
Yes,
Okay.
same as it ever was. The same process that was used in previous years with regards to those fixed concessions. Okay. We would work with DPW and facilities maintenance and town council to draft that bid solicitation. A bid for 1 or more mobile food services at all the other beaches to allow vendors, including the previous vendor at Falmouth Heights, which, as you all know, operates a kind of a customized, I guess, vendor apparatus truck at that beach, to prepare a bid for 2025. A request for quotes for 1 mobile coffee vendor with access to the beaches at times and locations the beaches do not have a food vendor offering beverages. Managing that, I think, could be problematic, but I think it's something that we could work out in terms of what existing vendors are not serving beverages at that time, but we can work through that. So, Madam Chair, Select Board, the options would be a motion to authorize the solicitation of bids as proposed by me. A bid for continued fixed food concessions for the same 3 locations at Old Silver Public, Old Silver Permit, and Surf Drive for 2025, with 2 one-year options to renew at the discretion of the town. And a bid for 1 or more mobile food service at all other beaches to allow vendors, including the previous vendor at Falmouth Heights, to prepare a bid for 2025. And a request for quotes for 1 mobile coffee vendor with access to the beaches at times and locations the beaches don't have a food vendor offering beverage services. The other option that's on the table this evening is a motion to authorize solicitation of bids as recommended by the Beach Committee back on October 21st. And I'll outline those briefly. Mobile food service at the following beaches: Old Silver Public, Old Silver Permit, Surf Drive, and Falmouth Heights, 7 days a week, 12 weeks for the season, with a minimum of a 3-week period per vendor, 4 vendors per season, and 8 hours of operation per day. Maintain the present operation of a mobile ice cream vendor at all Falmouth beaches. Again, that was a solicitation that was an independent solicitation. And lastly, add a mobile coffee service at locations and times that serve the public's needs for service not otherwise offered by another vendor at any one location. So those are the 2 broad options. My recommendation to kind of allow a 1-year transition period at those 3 fixed concession stands, recognizing the need to transition away from that at some point in the near future, or a motion by the Select Board to authorize and implement the Beach Committee's recommendation.
Town Council, did you want to weigh in?
Well, I had offered to make some comments about how we got here and sort of the bridge between what we heard from the Beach Committee in October to the town manager's recommendation tonight. But honestly, the recommendation was so self-explanatory and comprehensive that I don't think I have anything else to add to that.
Discussion amongst the board. Ms. Goldstone?
If I understand what you're proposing, it's actually an expansion of food service at our beaches. And I'm curious, we did get, when we got the beach committee recommendations, essentially a financial analysis of what the expected revenue would be with the mobile food service versus the current fixed food service. Do you have any understanding? It's probably back of the envelope, but idea of what the financial ramifications of the proposal that you're making would be?
Delta between what the beach committee proposed and versus what the current model. I think the comment made by the beach committee representative, what they estimated it'd be about the same revenue. I can't.
I mean, I guess I'm saying in terms of if we have the fixed service and bids for mobile service as well at additional beaches, that would be a net expansion of beaches with food service, right? So, and yeah.
Yeah, so this is confusing because the status quo has multiple pieces, right? We do have the 3 fixed has been the status quo, but in addition, there is mobile, we bid mobile service at all of the other, if not all, almost all of the other beaches. And we have the award that resulted from that solicitation happened to be for one operator, but it could have been separate operators.
Yep.
So what is being proposed, I would summarize the difference. You know, we've been seeking mobile vendors for the other beaches before. We're going to continue that. So that's not really a change. The only real change is coffee service. So the town manager's recommendation incorporates the beach committee recommendation to say, hey, let's try something new and add a coffee service to the mobile bid solicitation that we've had for those beaches that don't have a fixed vendor location.
Do they handle their own trash, Peter?
Yes.
They're responsible, that's part of the contract?
I have a question.
Madam Chair.
Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I appreciate the effort that the town manager's office has put in coming back with some kind of a transition plan. I'm just wondering if the future is more definite if we just do 1 year and don't mention the possibility of 2 years at the same situation. If we just made it a fixed 1 year term and let it be known to everyone that we're really transitioning to the mobile food. And the other question is if there's any way to get the ice cream vendor to stop playing that tune. When he comes to, I mean, you know, that would be something I'd write into the RFP if
Bob,
you can.
that's heresy.
That is,
Do you know how
that is
kids
a
respond to that
ridiculous-
sound?
Exactly.
ridiculous comment.
So Madam Chair,
We
Select-
need that.
Madam Chair, Select Board Member Muscally, so my strong preference is always to allow the town, some flexibility. And I think that was the intent of incorporating that, option at the towns to reserve that option and reserve that and have that flexibility. I understand the point. This eliminates any gray area and drives us in the direction,
We
making
always
this
have
truly
that
a one-year
flexibility,
transition.
right? And next year, it would just be a new, another
Right.
process.
Yeah, so as a manager, I always like to have a little bit of flexibility and room to maneuver and not be hemmed in. Again, and I acknowledge this up front, and I'm not a coastal resiliency scientist, and I don't have that expertise, but it doesn't take an expert to know that we're going to have to make plans, right? We're doing that with regards to beach office facilities, so why wouldn't we do that with the concession? So I just, I don't know if that immediate need is going to be in 2025. I just wanted to allow that transition and a little bit of flexibility to, if we had to delay the transition.
How is the success of implementing food trucks in the other beaches that you've been looking at?
Other municipalities, you mean?
No, I thought you just said that you've already been searching for vendors for other beaches.
Well, no,
Did I hear you
that's
right?
been the status quo. For the last 20 years, we've issued a bid soliciting bids at the fixed locations at the 3 beaches and soliciting mobile food vendors at the other beaches, and Perry's Ice Cream has been winning that bid. But the bid, in the past, the bid didn't specify ice cream. That just happened to be the winning bid. So the last time this was bid and the time before that, if a vendor or multiple vendors were interested in providing food truck service at one or more of the other beaches that don't have a bathhouse, they could have done that. And the reality, the experience has been, we've just been getting the one ice cream truck response to that bid.
So, oh, go ahead.
Thanks, Doug. Just given that model, I distinctly remember part of the presentation being that these food trucks were going to be on a rotation.
Yes.
So, forgive me if I'm wrong, I mean, that cushion of the possibility of it going 2 years would kind of help these, if I was starting a business on unknown beaches and trying to figure that out, one season doesn't sound like long enough to be able to do that and perfect that and make money. So I would be inclined to, give a little bit of a cushion on that while this gets developed.
But the
But is this-
two-year
I
option
think
is
there's-
only with respect to the fixed locations, as I understand.
Well, if the fixed locations go away, you're going to have all of the food trucks, if I understand this correctly, once they go away, they're all going to be on a rotation sharing the gravy of, who wants the Heights? I had Woodneck last week. That's the only way this is going to work, if everybody gets a fair cut at it. And I think 1 year isn't long enough if you're going to develop that model, personally, to have them perfect that and be able to go over their own financials and see if there's money to be made to even bid it the next year.
You want to answer that?
So you're saying you want more than a 1 year?
I would like at least that flexibility
Okay.
with this, because they're year-to-year bids.
No, they're 3.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, in terms of the beach committee proposal, their proposal was three different bids, or, yeah, four different bids. So one was that instead of the fixed locations for Old Silver Resident, Old Silver Public, and Surf Drive, those 3 plus Falmouth Heights, that would be the rotation. Not all of the beaches. They would be bids, there would be 4 bid awards envisioned for those 4 beaches, and they would rotate every 2 weeks.
So what happens to the rest of the beaches, though?
Every 3 weeks. Thank you.
What happens to the rest of the beaches that?
So the rest of the beaches, there would be a separate bid, again, to say, who wants to go into those other beaches, and
That's all
yeah,
right.
so I
That's right,
think
thanks.
specifically the idea was ice cream trucks,
Are
right?
these the specifics part of the bid process, though?
Well, you structure the RFP to invite bids in certain ways, right? So we can structure some of that in advance, but yeah, there are a million ways that you could bid this out.
Could we create a vetting process where we authorize trucks to operate and then not make them bid, and just say, if you're an authorized vendor, you can go to our beaches whenever you feel like it. If you want to swing by at lunch, give somebody a burger.
Alternatively, you could issue a license or a permit. And in that respect, then you're not even implicating Chapter 30B. You're not procuring it. What you're doing is you're charging a set fee for the space. And then the vetting process would be, you establish where certain licenses are going to be issued in the various parking lots at whatever beaches we decide we want to have food trucks. And then people will apply for the license. And you vet based on whatever criteria you're looking for, the kind of hours of operation you're seeking, days of the week, types of service that you want to provide. And there would be an evaluation of anyone who applied for the licenses. And then you just set up a fee based upon, for example, lost revenue for that particular space. Or you do some sort of evaluation of whatever that space costs, whether it's, $7,500 for the season. I don't know what it is, but So that's that's the alternative to the bid process.
I'm thinking
If
something much.
if I may, that process is absolutely legally viable. It's going to be difficult for us to make a case to generate a lot of money that way.
So
To match the same money that we've been getting, or to match what we might get through a mobile bid. If we do it purely based on license, we can't take potential income generation as one of the bases, as a basis to set the license. So
I'm not thinking about income, I'm just thinking about service to the public. I'm just thinking in terms of, if we could license them to come and go as they please, if they don't have a gig that day, they can go drive by the beaches. They can swing by like Mr. Softy used to do in the neighborhood and sell some burgers, make the rounds, they could take turns. They might come and go, we might get quite a bit of service. We wouldn't get any revenue, except for the license fee.
I think it's inconsistent too with
It
regards to
would
the
be
level of
inconsistent,
service.
but what we got is consistently nothing now, so.
And the fee wouldn't have to be just a representation of the lost revenue. It could be whatever you wanted it to be. It would have to be reasonable. So if you're talking about changing a model from income, from revenue share to a license fee, then it could be the offset for what you'd miss for the revenue share. You could charge $50,000 for a license, for a spot.
Well, I'm not thinking of spots. I'm just thinking there could be one designated spot. If a driver comes and there's already a truck, they keep going. Maybe they'd have to start to network with each other to get a little.
And that's where I think the dialogue with the vendors was, that's not going to be very fruitful for the vendors, so they're probably not going to bid a lot on that.
You might get it may get territorial too, if everybody, you first come, first serve, who sits there. I mean,
Ms. Goldstone, you've been
So-
waiting.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's
that's
all
okay.
right. Yeah, no, I agree that I think the licensing pathway, if we wanted to do that, I think would need to be on top of something more consistent, because it's not going to be that consistent revenue that would make it worthwhile for the food trucks. Because my understanding, while it sounds like a nice idea, I don't have anything else, I'll go drive by, right? There's an enormous amount of food prep that goes into being prepared to provide that service, and not being sure that you can sell that food would probably not be a winning proposition for those food trucks. I guess where my thinking is going is, I'm not hearing a lot of appetite to move Old Silver and Surf Drive away from their current models in the coming year. Falmouth Heights is already food truck service, and I'm trying to think whether there is a way to build on that and incorporate some other beaches that gets us to this kind of consistency and rotation model that is appealing to food trucks, that expands our food service at our beaches and provides, I think we absolutely have to consider the pace of transition, and at the same time, I think we should keep in sight the fact that this could be a really exciting opportunity and improvement for our beaches, to have more beaches served by more variety of food, more businesses in town involved in providing food service at our beaches. And so is there a way to significantly move in that direction in the coming year, with more food trucks involved, to get people excited about this transition to all mobile food service? Because what I'm hearing, the recommendation is essentially status quo, and we haven't been getting mobile food truck bids for the other beaches. So I don't see why we would expect to get mobile food service truck bids with the same process this year. So if we really want this to be a transition year and moving in that direction, thinking about how we craft something that really is appealing to food truck providers. If not at those beaches with currently fixed, then at Falmouth Heights and other beaches.
Can we hear from the beach committee now?
We can in just a minute. Is there anything else that,
So based on the recommendation, the current situation with Falmouth Heights is that was a separate bid for, under the mobile food vendor
Correct.
category, right?
Right.
That just so happens, was it Hogs and Dogs?
Yep.
That vendor received that. So I mean, hypothetically, we open that solicitation up for mobile food vendors at Falmouth Heights to other, and perhaps another business model, right, would come forward to outbid the current. So that would be a competitive process. I'm not proposing that we lock in to the current vendor. It was a separate kind of an independent mobile food vendor solicitation. So let's continue that in 2025, whether it's Dogs and Hogs or a competitor that comes up with a better proposal.
I'm wondering if we haven't been having success with our proposals that we've been issuing for the last 20 years because of the terms of the proposal. It might be a good idea to tap into the information and the data that the beach committee got through their focus groups and use that as a basis for whatever RFP or request for quotes. It did sound from the presentation in October that they were getting information about the desire to share spaces or to have shorter hours than just having, I mean, I haven't seen what the proposals that we've been issuing look like for the past 20 years. But if we're not getting success, then there's got to be something that isn't jiving with the information we got back from the actual vendors about what they'd like to see.
I think it's a matter of what success is. We have vendors, and we have a an income stream. It's a question of, there's a there's the question about moving away from fixed. That's not about getting more or better bids per se. It's a question of moving to a different model.
Right.
So there are a lot more food trucks around now than there were 10 years ago or 5 years ago. So we, even with this issuing the same bid that we've issued in the past, we may get more and different bids that might, provide more interesting food options. But I do think it's going to be difficult to move the needle in terms of transitioning to a full mobile model without taking the prime locations that have fixed facilities, right? It's a transition, I think, mostly in the sense of we're saying we're going to do one more year of the old model, and then we're going to be looking at going to more of a fully mobile situation along the lines of what the beach committees.
Which we heard from one of the vendors, I think, on the 21st of October, was that they understand this, likely is coming. They just wanted a transition period.
You mean one of the fixed vendors?
Correct, one of
Yes.
the fixed vendors.
Mr. Brown?
And I think maybe we should think in terms more vendor-friendly and less about the revenue, because you're providing a service to the beach goers. If this starts to click, then people might say, hey, the taco guy's at Woodneck today, let's go down there, Maybe there could be something on the website saying what the schedule might be. We might get more revenue overall from beach goers, and it might work out. I don't want to be too restrictive if we do redo it. I think Barbara's waiting to.
Yes.
Well, Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
if I may,
Yeah.
just one of the concerns that we haven't touched on is the time in administration, right? So we've been getting some money, that's nice. Town manager talked earlier about the budget challenges we face in the years ahead, so finding new revenue, not losing existing revenue is sort of the direction that we want to be going. But also, in terms of how do we control our costs, it's not creating more administrative burden by having a really complicated vendor situation. Let's keep it fairly manageable and simple, make a decision, bid it out, and move on to the next thing.
Give them a license, say good luck.
Maybe.
So, Barb Schneider, Chair, Beach Committee. And I know Maggie's sitting here listening to this, and the one thing we get complaints about, Doug, is people not being there for food when people came to the beach expecting to get food. You can't have it be iffy, especially at those 4 main locations. It has to be that people can depend on not bringing a picnic lunch and getting their lunch. That is absolute. Those 4 places, you cannot do anything about whoever wants to show up. If we made a space in other places, like Minot, like Woodneck, like Chappie, that's one thing. But the 4 main places people go, they go there. A lot of moms go there and dads go there because they don't have to pack a lunch and it's easy.
Yeah, I was talking about the new
Okay, that's a whole different thing, because really, what I'm going to read to you is the statement from the Beach Committee, and that is this, that since we started all this, and it was front page news in October of 2023, if the Select Board intends to vote not to accept our 18 months of research and the input from the Falmouth food truck and restaurant industry, including past vendors, we have one request. We ask that you, the Select Board, include language tonight to agree to move out of the buildings at this time for 2026, so that will give ample time to warn people this is a change. It will allow a smooth transition, time for the development of contracts, for local businesses wishing to bid, the time to investigate trucks and food offerings appropriate for and appealing to our locations. The Beach Committee does not believe we have time to think small. And thank you for hearing me.
Did someone have a question or comment?
I'm Joe Struzula. I'm also on the Beach Committee as Vice Chair. One of your concerns that you were discussing is in regards to the vendors' input as to how they would operate on the beaches. And that's why in our recommendation that the 4 locations mentioned have a vendor there for a period of 3 weeks straight, at least. They can be there longer, they can bid in longer, but at least 3 weeks so there's continuity in that location. And that 3-week period be followed by somebody else for another 3 weeks, so that you get a system of continuity at these locations. The one thing that is different between a food vendor that comes in and goes to a fixed location is they must bring all their products and all of their refrigeration and all of their fixed assets are at that location. A mobile vendor can bring the vehicle to that site, have it there for 3 or 4 days, pull it away, reload it, and bring it back. The difference in our proposal is that we have allocated space, let's say at Old Silver, where they can park their vehicle in front of where it was before that they had the fixed station, and actually service people out of their vehicle, which has been set up efficiently and operationally. These kitchens have been set up 30 years ago for operation out of a window that nobody even knows it's there on some of those. I've had people walk up to me and say, "Where is there food service at Old Silver?" Because they can't see it. It's on the side, it's not there, it's not advertised, there's no signage except on one side. A food vendor truck is obviously a food vendor truck, and many of them like to take it back to the shop, reload it for the next day, and bring it back in the morning. Some of them operate by being fixed for a period of time, and plug in. So what I'm not trying to take up all of your time, but I'm saying their operation is totally their operation, and everyone operates differently, but they definitely take advantage of their local home kitchen, someplace in town, where they operate out of, prepare the food and bring it to the beach. These other vendors that are in fixed locations, they got a freezer, their burgers are frozen, sitting there waiting to be thawed out for the next day. Same with their French fries. But the point is that we have more flexibility with people with that. And the Beach Committee is perfectly willing to work with the town manager in developing over the next 6, 8 weeks, whatever period of time, something that will work for the proposal.
Go ahead.
I have a question about the alternating trucks. I wonder if there's going to be any kind of mandatory items, like if you had one truck that was only salads and another truck that's only burgers. I mean, are we giving any thought to that, or is that just going to be up to the vendor and whatever happens, happens?
It's up to the vendor as to what they wish to bring to the beach, but the one motivator that all the vendors have is they don't like to lose money. They're not going to put a product out there that nobody wants, and they're going to use the success of where they've been in other places to come back to do it. And the communities that have done this find that it's self-correcting. As Scott has said, they don't want to lose money. They want to make money. This is what they're in the business for. It's not a case of just simply doing this as a hobby. Whether it's Taco Blanco or whether it's Hogs and Dogs, these guys want to make money. And we're trying to give them a vehicle. And, you know, Mike's proposal is very reasonable as far as a transition, if you feel a transition is fine, but the inevitability is still there.
Right.
Thank you.
Nancy, hang on one second. She's ahead of you. Lynn, you're up first.
Lynn Shad, member of the Beach Committee, town meeting member, and on the Plastics Reduction Advisory Committee. I guess I would like to say, I respectfully submit that we can improve our issuing of beach stickers and also bring food trucks to town, to our beaches. They're independent of one another, and if we're going to be issuing contracts for stationary services for the coming summer, we can issue contracts to potential food vendors. The other thing that I would like to suggest is if we could consider, before any decision is made, that we see what the public wants, what our people in Falmouth want, and have either some sort of survey done or some sort of public meeting to say, you know, what do you think about the idea of having food trucks here in Falmouth, and see what kind of response we get. It's been anecdotal, but the people that we've talked to when we've done this over the past 18 months have all said, it's a fabulous idea, it's going to provide variety, it's going to provide more, you know, energy, and I believe in some of the research that we did, it actually looked like we were actually going to make more money with the food trucks than with the current setup. So it seems to be a win-win situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for her.
Go ahead.
Ma'am? I distinctly remember asking one of the presenters in, it was October, right? If you had any case study for this, and
you know,
they said no.
Yeah, and you know what? That's I thought that was a good question at the time of that meeting in October, and that's why I'm suggesting that well, when you mean case study, do you mean how has it been done in other towns?
No.
Or what the interest would be?
What the public's,
Yeah.
what they'd be looking
Sentiment,
for.
yeah. And
all
I
of
think
that.
that would
And I
be
asked, and they said no. I asked.
So
a few
that's kind
times.
of that's what I'm proposing now. Like, do we need to make a decision on this right now, or could we have till February to make a decision?
No, I was under the impression that it had to be made before the end of the year, which is why I put it on the agenda.
Barbara's nodding her head.
It does.
Yeah.
It's not fair to the people who would be
Right.
trying to develop.
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, how about, I'm willing to make an amendment to my motion to go with the 1 year, as, you take the 2 year out, Bob, and go with the 1 year, with the
Well, I
fix.
think that accomplishes what Dr. Schneider was
I'd
kind of
be
alluding
willing to
to,
make
and it
that
gets
motion
us-
to move this
gets
forward
us
and get
there.
this ball
But
Let's
there's
just,
one more.
let's just let Nancy speak.
Good evening. Nancy Quigg, Beach Chair member, Beach Committee, it's late. Beach Committee member. And I just wanted to say that we reached out to City of Newport, went to food trucks last summer, and one of the vendors was here that night and stated that it was a disaster. And I'm here to tell you that there were a couple of bumps. I had happened to be talking with them actually about mobile restroom units, but it morphed into the food truck program. First Beach in Newport went to a food truck. They happened to have a new vendor, and there were a couple of bumps in the road, like the vendor here stated the night of October 21st. But in following up after October, they considered it a wild success. They made $72,000 in their first summer. They had a postmortem with the vendor. They did a mutual option lease with both parties, if it wasn't successful, didn't have to renew. they are renewing because it was so successful, and they made some changes that they felt would improve profits and performance for next year for beachgoers in the city of Newport.
Well, you know there are going to be bumps in the road anytime there's anything that's introduced that's new, and I think that needs to be anticipated and worked through. But I want to go back to what Mr. Zelinski said. So are you saying that you would amend the motion for the location for 2025 with 2 one-year options to renew, and you would say that it was for 1 year?
1 year. Leave it the way it is now and develop the program and take the 1 year to do that and commit to this new prototype in the following year. They're looking for a little definity they don't want to kick this can down the road. We know we don't feel like there's enough time to roll it out. And the fixed restaurants ask for time to be able to have a fair shake at this.
I think
That's what I'm-
I would agree, but I also believe that that's what the town manager is putting forward. We may.
All I'm taking out is the 2-year thing.
Let me finish. We may disagree on the number of year piece, but I think that is the way that you meet in the middle. You go, perhaps do the 1 year and put the other things in place, and that gives people a year to figure it out, knowing that it's coming.
And, I mean, and it doesn't,
That's all right, go ahead.
I mean, if something happens, and it doesn't foreclose, if it looks like mobile's not gonna work, it doesn't foreclose us from going
Right.
back to the fixed model.
Exactly. You
So
could
I-
do that
as I said,
again.
I would take out, as we had said, just take out the 1-year options and leave it as, just a bid for continued fixed food concessions for the same 3 locations for 2025.
And I think Mr. Struzzulo, where is he? Did he leave?
No, he's right there.
No, you can sit down, but I thought you said it very well. So, go ahead.
I think the beach committee's request that there be a commitment to the move to food trucks is reasonable and for me very easy to make. And I guess I'm still curious whether, based on the research that you've done over the past 18 months, whether there is a way with the fixed concessions at Surf Drive and Old Silver to craft something for other beaches this year that would be appealing, that would be a successful RFP to mobile food vendors, that would build momentum toward that complete shift the following year, right? That would get us away from what we've had, which is, that's a possibility, but nobody's actually bidding on it, to actually getting.
Somebody speak up.
I'm going to say that I like what the town manager's proposing. He's having, if I'm hearing it correctly, there is still an RFP proposed for mobile vendors this year, in this coming season.
Yes.
Both one that would specify or encourage the ice cream truck vendor that we previously had, or have always asked, and another vendor of other products besides ice cream that would be able to take some of the locations that are not at the fixed locations.
That's what we've always had, Joe.
And so what I'm saying is, but the difference is that I don't believe that the vendors of mobile food services have taken that as an invitation to them to come and locate at different beaches. As long as they're not in competition with each other, let's say an ice cream vendor and a food vendor can go to the same location under the RFP that you're going to issue, then they could provide that service.
Can I clarify where we are? Because I
Yes.
think there's, if I'm hearing what town manager's proposing was stay with what we have and give 2 one-year options to continue that. What we have asked for, all of us, is 1 year if that's where you are, and you don't feel comfortable with 2025 being food trucks, even though we started it 18 months ago, then fine. Can we have 2026 be the year we go to those 4 locations?
That's what I just proposed.
That's what we just said,
I want to just
yeah.
clarify. So when he says, well, I like what the town manager said, I think you like the additional part for this year with the coffee. I will tell you, we've had other ice cream company trucks approach us. So it's not just one that's out there. Now suddenly, as you said, there are more food trucks, and we have heard from them. This will be competitive this time.
I stole the coffee idea from you. I mean, it was your idea.
Yes, you did.
So we're going around in circles. I think,
we're
I
there.
think, Mr. Muscally, you said in the very beginning to go to 1-year transition. Am I correct?
Which would send the message
Yes.
that this is the last year, and we're going to actively look to go full mobile at all locations.
Exactly. And from my understanding, that's what we heard from the semi-permanent vendors. We just,
another
we get
year,
it,
just- yeah.
but we need a year.
And that's what Scott
So I
did
think,
propose.
that we need to look at that, we need to look at our recommendations, and I think we can stop spinning around in circles.
I think we're there.
So make the proposal, Mr. Muscally.
I would, where is the motion? Motion to authorize solicitation of bids as proposed by the town manager. A bid for continued fixed food concessions for the same 3 locations at Old Silver, Public Old Silver Permit, and Surf Drive for 2025. B, a bid for 1 or more mobile food service at all other beaches, in parent, to allow vendors, including the previous vendor at Falmouth Heights, to prepare a bid for 2025. And C, a request for quotes for 1 mobile coffee vendor with access to the beaches at times and locations at the beaches where the beaches do not have a food vendor offering beverages.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board?
Just one last question. Are you afraid of this?
Am I
You think
afraid of
it's
it?
too difficult to do in a year?
I want it to be successful, and I thought, this is a compromise. We heard from the existing vendors that give us a year to transition.
Mhm.
As I said earlier, everybody knows it, and again, it's not rocket science. We're gonna have to move away from the fixed concession model.
Yep.
This gives us a year to do it. I
Okay.
wanted flexibility. Clearly, that wasn't going anywhere.
All right.
So I think this is a good
We've set
compromise.
a pin.
Sounds
that we're
good.
gonna hit, so.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion amongst the board? Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Good decision.
Hey! Thank you all.
All right, we're going to move to the consent agenda. We're going to start with licenses. Consider a vote to approve the EV charger license agreement for Level 2 EV charging stations at Depot Ave, Town Lot 0+60 Depot Ave. Anyone wants to hold anything on the consent agenda, please notify me. Administrative orders, consider approval and authorization of a prescribed burn on the Coonamessett Fields. Consider the approval of the Conservation Commission's request to file for a Mass Wildlife Habitat Management Grant for continued sand plain grassland management by using invasive plant control.
Madam Chair, I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to move the consent agenda. Any further discussion amongst the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Review and vote to approve the minutes of the meeting's public session, December 2nd, 2024. Everybody get an opportunity to review them?
I will admit that I did not actually finish reading the minutes.
We can
but
hold them?
I would not hold them
Okay.
otherwise.
I was planning to abstain, given that I was not in attendance, and I did watch the interviews of the police committee, but not the entire meeting.
Okay. Mr. Muscally, it's on you.
I'm prepared to hold them until
Fine.
our next meeting.
We're gonna-
so,
we're gonna table them for now?
I've looked at them, but I wouldn't say I looked at them.
We'll put them
that
back.
closely.
Sorry about
Somebody else
that.
on
I had-
Okay, select
Stuff
board
to do.
reports. I'm going to just do one. I'm going to just remind you and thank you all for your willingness to meet on December 19th at 5 o'clock right here. The agenda has been posted. Any other select board reports?
I have been approached by multiple people about the parcel currently for sale on Surf Drive, surrounded by town-owned land, and I guess would just like to see if that's something that the board would have an appetite to discuss at a future meeting. That, you know, the purchase of parcels along Surf Drive is something that was recommended 20 years ago by the first Coastal Resilience Committee as a way to
Let's keep it to whether the board has an appetite to put it on the agenda. I don't want to debate it or get into the specifics.
I would like to talk about it.
The 250 committee, I just want to report.
Okay, so let me just.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so we can think about putting that on a future agenda. Thank you, Ms. Goldstone. Mr. Muscally.
So the 250 committee has continued its work. We contacted Mr. Renshaw's office to see if there were any funds available for an interim period of time before we submit a request for some budget items for the next fiscal year. And Mr. Renshaw's office got back to us with a positive indication that there might be some funds there available. And we've been talking with DPW, or will talk with DPW, about putting up some banners celebrating the 250th anniversary in the coming year.
Awesome.
Yep.
Mr. Brown?
I attended the Cape and Islands Municipal Leaders Association on Friday of last week, and we had a presentation on coastal resiliency in Chatham. And we had members of the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension sharing us with their expertise and what they've been working on, and offering that they're available to all towns if we need any help with coastal resiliency, especially us while we're in the interim. If we can't find a coastal resiliency person, they're willing to help us with anything we need, and they're grant funded, but also county funded. It's just another resource, a good reminder that they're out there and we're really available to help us. So keep that in mind. I have all the contact information. If you have a coastal resiliency question, I can shoot you their emails.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
I guess Mr. Zielinski reminded me, I've been on a law enforcement short course. I spent some time with the sheriff and got a tour of our county jail facility, did a ride-along with an officer of the Falmouth Police Department, and thanks to Officer Lawler for sharing his cruiser and being a wealth of information, and got a tour of the hopefully soon-to-open Police Academy facility going in at Falmouth Tech Park. And I think just a lot of really great work happening in law enforcement around Falmouth and the Cape. And really appreciate all of the time that folks have given to educate me.
And we approved their electrical connection today.
No, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
Wednesday.
Thursday.
It's Thursday.
Thursday.
What was on the,
It's the new agenda.
Yeah, we don't talk about,
That was
we
the
don't,
old
yeah,
agenda.
we don't talk
you know,
about
I
that.
had my old agenda in here for my
11
notes, sorry.
After 11 o'clock, mics are shut off.
Yeah, okay.
Bob, you need to bring your
He's
pajamas.
voting stuff on his own now.
Yeah.
Okay, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion
My time
amongst the
just died,
board?
sorry.
Hearing none. All those in favor? Aye.